morning. It is now 9:10, Thursday, May 8, 2025, and I am calling to order the meeting of the Los Angeles Probation Oversight Commission. I am Eduardo Mundo, Chair of the Commission. Welcome, and we look forward to hearing from our panelists, commissioners, and the public today on several important issues, including the POC Ad Hoc Committee updates, probation's depopulation plan, and the global plan updates. A presentation on some pressing human resource issues, PREA updates on the POC's data and information requests, and a report from the POC's executive director. Before we move on, I'd like to take a moment and honor and dedicate today's meeting to Juana Beatriz Gutierrez. She was a co-founder of the Mothers of East LA in the 1990s, at a time when they were trying to put a prison into Boyle Heights and a refinery. Her and a few mothers from the neighborhood got together and gave the community voice. And because of that voice and because of their strength, the prison was never placed there, nor was the refinery. I had the privilege to spend time in her home in the 1990s, and the humility that she showed, given who she was, and the warmth that she created for her family are beyond what she did as a community member. So today, in the spirit of voice, I like to think that this forum is that, for everybody to have voice. And we don't need it. We have not needed it any more than we need it now when our department is going sideways on us. So in her honor, I dedicate today's meeting. I will turn it over now to Wendy Julian, our executive director, to explain how you can participate during today's meeting, and then she will call roll.
Good morning. Welcome. Thanks to everybody who's here in person and everyone who's joining online. As always, we really encourage your public participation in our meeting, and we welcome your comments in writing or live today. I also want to acknowledge that folks have really been showing up this week at the board meeting on Tuesday, at the budget meeting on Wednesday, at our meeting today. I know that it's a big lift for all of you who are joining, and I really appreciate it. It makes our meetings better. It makes us learn more. It makes our recommendations better. So thank you for the time that you're taking here in person or virtually. There will be an opportunity for public comment on each agenda item today, and then at the end of the meeting for items not on the agenda. For items that are on the agenda, Chair Mundo will introduce the item, we'll hear a presentation, take an action. If there are more people that want to participate than we have time for, we will consider scheduling additional town halls for specific issues. As a reminder, please remember to speak directly into the microphone so that our virtual attendees can hear you clearly. I'd like to ask you all to help me by following following a code of conduct, including asking you to stop speaking immediately when your time ends. We actually have a timer now for those of you in person. We heard you, and we're going to try to make it work today. Make sure your public comment relates to the subject matter. Remain respectful of each other and the forum. And if you engage in conduct disrupting the meeting, you're subject to being removed. It's easy to participate if you're here in person. Just come up to the microphone and we'll take everybody who wants to give comments here in person. If you're on WebEx, please use the raise your hand function. You can do that by tapping the little hand icon and we'll add you to the queue. If you're calling into WebEx, just dial *3 on your phone and that raises your hand for us and we'll call you by your phone number. You will have to unmute yourself either by clicking unmute if you're online on the computer or your phone, or by dialing *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. If you have any technical questions, please send a chat to the host and we'll do our best to help you connect. Everybody will have 2 minutes today for comment unless Chair Mundo determines otherwise based on the number of commenters and the amount of time we have. You're also welcome to make your comment in writing. Thanks to many of you who already did that. Send us an email to info@poc.lacounty.gov. We'll put that in the chat right now. Please do not send your public comment in the chat. Only our staff will see it. It will not be shared with the commissioners. It will not be logged as public comment, and it doesn't follow our Brown Act responsibilities. Our meeting is being recorded and broadcast live today on our YouTube channel, but there is no engagement with users on YouTube. We encourage you to subscribe though, because there's lots of great stuff on our YouTube channel, including recaps, recording of our meetings. And you can also follow our social media to get information about work we're doing and work our partner agencies are doing. And we're on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky, at LA County POC. For more information, and please invite others to attend. Buenos días, bienvenidos. Ya se ha iniciado la conferencia aquí en persona y también por Webex y por YouTube. Estamos grabando, pero en YouTube no hay comunicación con los que están viendo el video. Si le gustaría hacer un comentario público, tiene que estar aquí en persona o estar conectado vía Webex. En Webex, por favor, haga clic en la imagen de la manita que está abajo de la pantalla y abriremos su micrófono. Si está escuchando la conferencia por teléfono y quiere hacer un comentario público, presione estrella 3 y le avisaremos cuando sea su turno. Si prefiere hacer sus comentarios en español, les daremos el doble del tiempo y podemos proveer traducción o usted puede proveer su propio traductor. No más déjenos saber al iniciar su comentario. Muchas gracias. I will now call the roll. Commissioners, please respond when I call your name. Commissioner Canales has not arrived, but I am expecting her momentarily. We'll note in the minutes when she arrives. Commissioner Harris? Present. Commissioner Jackson? Commissioner Kakani? Present. Commissioner Meredith? Commissioner Prater is not here, and we'll note if he is able to arrive. Commissioner Shipp? Here. Commissioner Terry? Here. And Chair Mundo? Here. With 7 out of our 9 members present, we have quorum, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Wendy. Let's proceed with item 2, the approval of the April 3rd regular meeting minutes and the April 24th special meeting minutes. Wendy, do we have any written public comments or live public comments for item number 2?
No public comments on the minutes unless anybody in the audience or on WebEx wants to make them.
Can I have a motion to approve the April 3rd regular meeting minutes and the April 24th special meeting minutes?
I move to approve both dates or minutes for both dates.
Thank you, Commissioner Jackson. And the second?
Second.
Commissioner Kokani. Are there any changes to the minutes? Hearing none. Commissioners, please vote with a voice vote.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. For item number 3, we will discuss and take possible action on presentation by the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission's ad hoc committees on education and community-based organization relationships. I will begin with a short presentation of the educational ad hoc. We saw progress this past period. We met with LACO and identified issues that we think that can be fixed to make sure that we can get our youth to be in the classroom together, the graduates and the non-graduates. We have a commitment by probation and a person specified to meet with us at our next meeting to discuss programming issues that have been presented. And so we look forward to reporting back with that report. And also we did meet with Rising Scholars. They were involved in the meetings, and it looks like they're being able to really implement most of their programming, and the classes are getting bigger. With that, I will pass it to Commissioner Terry.
All right. I wanted to provide an update on the CBO Relationships Ad Hoc Committee. We formed in May 2024, and since that time, we've held 13 meetings. We had a listening session, a public town hall. We published a report, which is included one of the attachments for this meeting and also on our website. And we put forth really community-informed, probation officer-informed, concrete recommendations for how programming could be improved and how relationships with providers could be improved. We have repeatedly rallied probation to come to the table to work together on this effort. They initially met with us. They agreed to implement and address, I would say, every single recommendation. So I want to be clear that we had meetings. We went through every single recommendation line by line. They agreed to address those recommendations, which were very bare minimum standards for how you should have programming in the facilities. And in my opinion, implementation of these recommendations would have supported efforts to come into compliance at Los Padrinos. Unfortunately, we can't provide any more updates because they have not been provided to us. The probation department stopped communicating with us around December regarding this effort. We motioned in March to have a meeting with probation leadership to revamp this conversation, discuss updates. The executive leadership team who attended that meeting did not fulfill their responsibility to come prepared to provide those updates. Even more puzzling, they also indicated that they didn't know if the recommendations could be implemented and they needed to be reviewed. And again, that's very puzzling given that we've been working on this for a year and they had previously addressed every single one or agreed to and even provided some updates. So we have been told that some updates are on the way, but we're at a point where we do have to dissolve the committee because it has been a year. But we will not abandon this work. We'll continue to push for updates regarding implementation of these recommendations, and we'll continue to report on that in these meetings to keep you all informed of progress. And I just wanted to thank all of the CBOs who really graciously provided their time and insights to provide really thoughtful recommendations for how to improve programming, along with some of the probation officers and staff who also tried to advance this effort. And thank you to Dr. Gongara, who really supported this ad hoc as well. So with that said, I would like to motion for the dissolution of the CBO Relationships Ad Hoc Committee.
So do we have comment before?
Second.
Oh, second.
Second the motion.
Commissioner Kakani, second. Do we have any comments or questions from the commission?
Yeah, just a procedural one. I mean, we can continue to have meetings, right? That's what Commissioner Terry said, but I just want to understand, with probation and continuing to work on the issue, if the committee's disbanded, what does that look like?
So I think there are a couple of answers to your question, Commissioner Harris. One, at a future meeting, you could create a new ad hoc subcommittee on a similar or different topic, probably not exactly the same topic, but like on one element of the work that's going forward. That's certainly possible. Also, with less than a quorum of commissioners can communicate with each other about topics and communicate with the department about topics, or tell staff to communicate about topics that are related to this. Also, since Commissioner Terry is on the leadership team and is part of the agenda setting meeting that happens every month, Commissioner Terry could bring to Commissioners Mundo and Canales an idea to agendize at a POC meeting a topic related to CBO commission. So there are multiple ways you can continue to do this work.
Commissioners? Okay, Wendy, do we have any written or live?
It's okay.
It's okay. I didn't finish the sentence.
I just wanted to say that I know programming isn't where we want it to be for our young people. And I do hope that folks who are providing programming and going inside our facilities or probation's facilities continue to reach out to us with the challenges that they're facing, maybe the successes that they're having, so that we can continue to monitor this work, because at the end of the day, it's the young people who are paying the price when this isn't working.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakani. Public comment?
Okay, we don't have any written public comment on this item. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to make public comment on this topic? We're talking about the Ad Hoc Education Committee, the Ad Hoc CBO Relationships Committee, and the motion to dissolve the CBO committee. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I think this ad hoc committee is pretty good. I'm not familiar with community-based organization, but I'm very familiar with the education relationship between the probation, between the community colleges. I think, maybe we should invest more in this effort, because I have seen some amazing things around the campus. In our education, aka college campus, I have seen a lot of flyers that you have a special grant that is only applies to formerly incarcerated students. So everybody else, not eligible. We have some so-called re-entry free meal program that was only applied to formerly incarcerated students. And then everybody else who never been to prison before, not eligible. So I don't understand why it's good, but based on every one of you, whatever said, is a great to provide more services. It is great to provide more benefit to formerly incarcerated students, so they can make sure that they graduate college debt free. They can get a good job, and then they don't have to commit a crime again. That is your hope, and hopefully you can report back after 5 years, after 10 years, what is the result of your effort, what is the result after spending those money, investing in such programs, and then what outcome do we have. But anyway, if everybody supported, I will just support it, and then hopefully we continue this work in our community college and university campus.
Thank you, and also for trying out our timer as the first person. That seems to be working. Good morning.
Good morning, Helen Eigenberg. I just want to thank you all for creating the committee that was over checking into the education. It seems like such a simple thing that we should be providing, and it's just not happening, and it's so frustrating. We're 2 years into the Rising Scholar program. My question is, do we know at this point if any of the classes are being done in person, or are they all online? Or do we not have any data?
Yes, they're being done. There are a couple classes being done online.
And
No, and in person.
And there is stuff in person.
Yes.
Okay. I hope that we'll keep focused on this. I mean, this just seems like one of the many humane things we need to be doing is educating these young folks along with the programming. So thank you for doing this. And I hope, all the CBOs that are working their way and trying to get in there and do this, I thank you. And I just hope that we can keep moving forward on this. And we did meet the new Rising Scholar folks, and they seem to have put more people onto the committee now. So hopefully that's going to help it move in a positive direction. Thanks.
Thank you, Helen. I don't see any other commenters on in public. No, nothing online. And thank you for bringing that up, Helen, just so I can clarify that the motion is only to dissolve the CBO Relations Subcommittee, not the Education Committee.
Okay, commissioners, any questions, concerns?
I do. It is concerning the previous item, though, only because I didn't participate in the April 3rd meeting. I want to make sure that I can put a motion forward if I wasn't present.
I'm looking at Jansen over here. I believe that we can actually reconsider the vote on the minutes so that Commissioner Jackson could abstain on the minutes. Let's go ahead and do this vote, and then we can reconsider that motion.
Okay, no questions, concerns? Okay, Wendy will facilitate the roll.
Okay, on the motion by Commissioner Terry, seconded by Commissioner Kakani, you are voting on the motion to dissolve the Community-Based Organizations Relationships Ad Hoc Subcommittee. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Canales?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson?
Aye.
Commissioner Kakani?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith? Commissioner Prater is absent. Commissioner Shipp? Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
Chair Mundo?
Yes.
So with a vote of 8-0, with Commissioner Prater not present, the motion passes. And I just said it, but I didn't note in the record that Commissioner Canales arrived a number of minutes ago and has joined us. Oh, okay, so do we need to do a motion to reconsider that? That Commissioner Jackson would like to abstain from her aye vote on the minutes since she was absent. Okay, so I think we need a motion to reconsider the vote on the minutes. We can do this quickly.
Motion to reconsider the April 3rd.
Commissioner Harris has moved to reconsider the vote on the minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
From Commissioner Kakani. Do we need to take public comment on that vote? Okay, so is there anyone who'd like to make public comment on our reconsideration? Thank you. All right, so I'm going to call the roll quickly on the reconsideration. So what we're doing is moving back on the agenda to the minute item if you vote yes, or you can vote no or abstain. Commissioner Canales,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson.
Wait, so am I abstaining?
You are voting to go back to reconsider.
Aye.
Commissioner Kakani,
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith, Commissioner Ship, and Commissioner Terry.
Yes.
Commissioner Mundo.
Yes.
Okay, so 8-0, we are reconsidering. And now I'm going to turn this back over to Commissioner Mundo to take a new vote on the minutes.
Okay, let me go back a couple pages. May I have a motion to approve the April 24th special meeting minutes?
I motion to approve the meeting minutes.
It's both, actually. I'm sorry.
Both meeting minutes, I motion.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Harris. Would you facilitate the vote, please?
Actually, I think you can do a voice vote on this.
Okay, voice vote. Aye.
And this is where you will abstain if you wish to abstain. Okay.
Okay, good. Now we can go back to the agenda. Item number 4 is for the chief to provide a report. He is not here. So is there something I have to do to move on to item 5?
I don't know why you have 2 microphones. That's really excessive.
Agency.
I believe that you can suggest that we move to a different item and have a consensus of the commission to move to a different item and come back to that item when we can.
Any questions, concerns about that?
Do we have a sense of when the chief is arriving?
I was told that he was confirmed to attend, and I have not heard anything different. I'm looking at my staff to see if anyone has heard anything different.
Okay. Just didn't know if it was in a few minutes and if it made sense to wait, but I guess not. So I certainly support or am in support of moving to a different agenda item while we await the chief's arrival.
Okay, no vote needed. Everybody's good? All right, let's move on to item number 5. We will discuss and take possible action on a presentation by the Los Angeles County Probation Human Resource Division regarding workers' compensation and leave time for employees of the Los Angeles County Probation Department. Discussion will include the following: Sedgwick workers' compensation, the number of workers' compensation claims filed since July 1, 2024, the average delay between filing of the case and the first Sedgwick appointment, explanation of the California Labor Code Division 4, Part 2, Chapter 2, Article 7, Section 485, and how it applies to the Los Angeles County probation officers in the field and in the facilities. Human Resource Manager Deanna Carly from the Los Angeles County Probation Department. Please, there you go. Please proceed and with your presentation. Thank you for being here.
Of course. So before I start, I'm going to let my colleague from CEO introduce himself, because if you recall from my last workers' comp request for information, I explained that CEO, the county CEO, manages the overall program and helps us to get our information and numbers. And so when you ask for data, I have to work with our partners. So I'll let you introduce.
Yes, my name is Anthony Terrace. I'm the acting manager over the workers' compensation section. I'm with CEO Risk Management, and we oversee the contracts with Sedgwick.
Thank you.
Your report.
Okay, so I was asked to provide the following: Sedgwick's workers' compensation, number of workers' comp claims filed since July 1, 2024. So probation has opened 532 claims in this period. There's some notes. 129 of those are closed. But please note, not all claims are accepted, nor do all claims receive medical treatment. The second question was the average delay between the filing of the case and the first Sedgwick appointment. So an average doesn't really portray accurately. I have the average for you, which is 110.5 days. But the reason it doesn't accurately portray that is because if you break them down by type, for example, out of the 340 claims, for the injured workers who actually sought treatment, because not every claim results in someone seeking treatment. 205 received treatment on or before the date of the report of the injury. So 60% received treatment on or before the date of the actual injury claim. 57 received treatment within 1 week, so about 17% on top of that 60. 22% within 2 weeks, or 6% within 2 weeks of the injury. 35 treatment within 60 days, so 10%, and then 21 received treatment after 60 days as the claims were delayed for further investigation. It's about 6%. So I think it is very important to note that breakdown so that you don't, look at that 110 days in and of itself, because each of those sections, as it shows, receive a different time frame. Then the last thing that I was requested to explain is how 4850, which is the California Labor Division Code Division 4, Part 2, Chapter 2, Article 7, but it's commonly known as 4850 leave, how it applies to Los Angeles probation officers in the field and the facilities. So to give some historical perspective, 4850 has not always been applied to probation officers. In about 2000, the law was changed, and it then encompassed probation officers as well. Probation officers are peace officers, so I'll just basically read from the law. Whenever a regular full-time peace officer, which now includes probation officers and has for a number of years now, is disabled, whether temporarily or permanently, by injury or illness that arises in or out of the course of their duties, so any injury or illness at work or as a result of work, they're eligible under this labor code section to a leave of absence. And the leave of absence is, and I'll quote here, without loss of salary, in lieu of temporary disability payments or maintenance allowance payments. So when staff are approved for 4850 workers' compensation leave, they don't go into temporary disability or the other county plans. They go into this 4850 and they are eligible for a leave of absence without loss of salary for the period of the disability not to exceed 1 year, so up to 1 year. All sworn probation staff are included in eligibility for this benefit, all the way up to the chief. So.
Ms. Carlisle, I would just like to say a couple of things. First, I would like to say thank you for providing this information in writing and so far in advance of the meeting. It's exactly what the commission has asked for, and it's very helpful. I want to tell the public it is attached to the agenda on your document. It looks a little different because we translated Ms. Carlisle's email into a document that has the POC letterhead on top of it, so it's a little hard to see. I just had trouble finding it in my own packet, and we're the ones who made it. So you have all the numbers that she just read available for you to look at on this. And I also would, if you could, just given what I know about our audience, say a couple of words about what a workers' compensation claim is. If you would like. So for example, if I'm here as a county employee at a county facility, interestingly, although I don't think that matters, but if I were to slip and fall today, could you just talk about what that looks like in terms of a big picture workers' comp claim?
Sure. In California, like most states, workers' compensation is a no-fault system. So if someone is injured in the course and scope of their employment, we are responsible for treatment of the injury, regardless if they're at fault or not. So if, using that example, she were to trip and fall, it wouldn't matter whether it was her fault or the fault of someone else. We would be responsible for the provision of medical treatment, disability benefits while someone's off work, and permanent disability benefits if there's any kind of permanent injury.
And just to go further, that applies to all employees. The mechanism for it is a little bit, and the delivery of benefits is a little different under 4850. As I explained, that's a specific leave for peace officers. But any employee, if I, heaven forbid, trip on the way out of here, I would be eligible for workers' compensation benefits as well. The benefits themselves are similar. You know, as was explained, my treatment, my care, anything that arises out of that would be covered. But when it comes to the leave type and things like that, it's just processed differently because one is under regular workers' compensation for employees and the other one is under 4850 workers' compensation rules for employees.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions, comments? Commissioner Terry?
I had a question, just trying to follow the numbers. In point number 1, you said 532 open claims, 129 are closed. But then in number 2, it says out of 340 claims. So what is the 340?
Because not everybody sought treatment, right? So I could file a claim, but I'm not seeking treatment.
I have a question. How or is the 4850 leave connected to the 60 to 90-day rotation? Is there any connection between the two?
Well, okay, when you say 16 to 90, sorry, we have so many. You're not talking deployment, you're talking about the accommodation process, right? That we
Yeah.
currently have in place because we have more people requesting accommodation than positions, is that?
Yeah.
Okay. So with our rotation process, that applies to anybody, whether it's a personal injury or a work injury. Anybody who's an injured employee is eligible for accommodation. Doesn't matter if it's workers' comp, if it's 4850, it doesn't matter what the injury, it doesn't matter if I was skateboarding and, you know, on a weekend and hurt myself, I would still be eligible if I needed accommodation for that. So everybody who needs accommodation is in that. And of everyone under, you know, under accommodation needs, you're going to have different buckets. You're going to have a personal, you know, personal medical, you're going to have, workers' comp, all of that.
Yeah, I guess I'm recalling public comment from the past where the probation officer was on, I want to say, a 90-day rotation or something like that, sort of forced to exhaust leave, but also capable of partially performing their duties, maybe in a more modified capacity. So part of it is me trying to understand the number of staff that may be eligible or capable of performing even field services, right? Because that's part of our issue, is that we have these shortages because we don't have staff members to commit to those roles right now. And if there's any consideration given to those who are forced to go on leave right now, and if they're considered for those positions, or maybe there's no real connection there, but I'm trying to figure out if there is.
Well, because we offer accommodation to any employee, regardless of whether it's workers' comp or not, all of the employees are treated equally. However, if somebody is eligible for 4850 leave, for example, and they're placed on leave, then they would be using that benefit as opposed to sick or vacation or other accrued benefits they may have until they exhaust it. Or until, you know, they're brought back and they're able to work. So that's kind of how it ties in together. If we can't accommodate in that moment, we're doing the rotation for 90 days and there's not an available item or assignment to give the person, and they already are approved for workers' comp 4850, then it would resume if they still have part of that year left. So let's say somebody had been out for 3 months, came back to work with restrictions. We can at that time accommodate those restrictions. They're still going to have the remaining 9 months of workers' compensation through 4850 coverage available to them. Does that kind of make sense? Because they're really two different things, but they certainly tie into each other.
Yeah, I was trying to understand like where the sort of intersection of the two things are. There is someone here who perhaps may issue some public comment that could help me understand that a little bit better. So I'm just going to look forward to that, maybe. Yeah.
Commissioner Kakani?
Thank you. So if I'm just reading this document correctly, or maybe you can help me. So of the 764 claims that were filed last year, is it correct that 335 were assault claims?
So Are you
She's referring
back?
to the report from the previous meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I don't have the report
Oh,
from the previous
okay.
meeting in front of me. Apologies.
That's fine. I'm assuming that's correct, given that that's the data that you
Yeah,
shared.
if it was the data that was shared, then it was correct at that time. I mean, everything is fluid, right? So the numbers change
Of course.
daily, but yes.
And I know this was for last year. I'm just wondering if, I imagine that you all are collecting data for this year.
We collect data every day.
Okay. Do you know how 2025 is kind of looking in comparison to 2024? I know we're only like halfway through the year, but
Not off the top of my head, no.
okay.
No. But to her point, that is data that's constantly tracked by our loss control section of risk management.
I just think that we oftentimes hear that there isn't, as you've heard, I'm sure, Ms. Carlisle, that, we're not collecting or talking about assaults on staff, which is what I'm assuming assault is referring to, as assaults on staff while they're on the job.
Yes.
And so it would be helpful. Again, I understand this wasn't asked of you today, but perhaps if you could provide some updated data and also just compare it, compare it to other departments. I think you had shared last year that probation's kind of assault claim to total claim ratio was less than some of the other departments.
Yeah, I don't have my notes with me, but I
Okay.
do recall that I provided information in regards to the other sworn part, fire and sheriffs, and we were actually below at that time both of the other departments, because we don't look into those specific things. We track everything, but when we're asked for specific information with specific parameters, then we pull that data and then we do that analysis. We provide a lot of reports on a regular basis, weekly, monthly, and so unfortunately, unless we pull the data and do the analysis, I don't know off the top of my head. But I do understand the question, and that's why we were responsive.
I appreciate
February.
that. Yeah, just perhaps if
Sure.
it's possible, Wendy, for us to request that data, just to do a comparison.
Commissioner Harris?
Does the HR department collect this data, or does the CEO's office collect and maintain the data?
So it's both. The HR department within probation, the HR team is responsible for gathering all the immediate information. So when someone submits a workers' comp claim, a packet, they're responsible for processing, making sure that everything is in there. It goes into a database that is shared county-wide. And that database and the information contained within is managed by CEO. But we enter in all of the information in real time as it's going.
And how do you get that? How do you get and process the data? Just by people filling out a form? I'm asking because often there's some real data issues. I remember when Ms. Epps was around, we were talking about data and just getting basic data, and it seems like this is functioning well, like this HR data. So I'm wondering, how easy it is for you to collect it, how you do get the data, and then, the data management system that you have. That seems like it's functioning well too. Is that an accurate assessment of
Well,
that?
I appreciate that. That reflects a lot of hard work on the team's side, all the teams, CEO and HR. We have challenges with our data systems too. Again, they're very large and they're countywide. We don't have departmental specific. The county is one county, and so everything, including our workers' comp data, which is housed with CEO. So when I ask for this information, I'm reaching out to them and saying, hey, we've been asked for this. Can you please, pull the data for us? They review it on their end, then they send it to us. Then we compare against our records and see if there's anything, any discrepancies there. Honestly, it is very time consuming. They're not easy programs, any of them, and we really appreciate how quickly CEO is able to turn around things to us, and DHR when it comes to the other data that we track, the leave data. But it isn't easy. if you give me a deadline, I'm going to try and make it.
And so can I just, like, the process of if one of us slips today, let's say we're employed by the probation department, we would then file a claim with your HR office and you accept that data and then you enter it into the system. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so under the law, if somebody is injured, we're supposed to request that information within 24 hours. We're supposed to get that. So if you tell me, hey, I slipped and fell on the way into the building today, but I think I'm okay, I'm all right, then I, as a supervisor, am supposed to give you the packet anyway and say, hey, although you think you're okay, let me give you the packet, just make sure you can decline or not. So we're trying to get that information in a timely manner. Within 24 hours is what the law requires, is for us to file that information. I mean, there can be modifications and things like that made. And certainly there are times where somebody doesn't tell us until later. And so, you know, I mean, that's just, it happens. We recently had an employee who had a medical emergency and went out for several months and then submitted a workers' comp claim saying it started at work. And we didn't know about it for several months. So we have to justify that and explain why it wasn't submitted within 24 hours. But typically, we try and get that packet into people's hands within 24 hours so that we can meet that Cal OSHA requirement. Anything to add?
No, and then from there, what happens when they call the claim in, all that data is input by staff at Sedgwick, our third-party administrator, into our centralized claim system, which again is overseen by the Chief Executive Office. The system's called Risk Connect, and that's where all the data fields are entered at that point. And that's how we run the reports, is based off those data points.
Commissioner Jackson.
I have a follow-up question to my earlier question, which is, would someone on light duty be eligible to perform some administrative duties in the field offices?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. It's a case-by-case basis because
Yeah.
it depends on the person and their restrictions. But yes, I mean, most of the time, just depending on that individual's restrictions.
So I'm going to have a follow-up question on that because I've been trying to figure this out. Do any of the individuals that do the 90 days and return, do any of them return to the position they actually hold?
So that depends too. So what we're talking about is light duty assignments or modified duty. So a light duty assignment is one that doesn't require certain physical needs. So for example, and I'll use the institutions, key control, right? If somebody has a restriction, they might be placed into key control, which is not their regular assignment. Now in the field, it's different. In the field, someone may go into modified, which means we're modifying the expectations of their regular position. Or for me, if I have a wrist injury, for example, my expectations to respond to emails, you know, might be limited. So maybe I get something like Dragon Speaks, and so my expectation is modified for my regular assignment, but I keep doing my regular assignment. So it just depends on the assignment, the restrictions, and the availability of any flexibility within that assignment.
So what would be a field assignment that couldn't accommodate an officer?
Well, again, it depends on the restrictions. So if somebody
Okay,
comes with restrictions that says cannot interact with people, and I've seen those actually, I don't have to make anything up, but cannot interact with other people. Well, we're a service agency. That's what we do. So that's going to be a really hard one to accommodate. But if it's can't type more than 45 minutes an hour, yeah, we can likely accommodate that one. Does that make sense? So that's what we look at, is we look at the individual specific restrictions, our ability to accommodate, and available positions to do so.
So what's a common injury that precludes people from being in the field in their regular position?
I mean, there are a million different restrictions. Every single restriction is different. So I hate giving the standard HR answer, but it depends. It depends on the assignment, the restriction, and the availability to do so for everyone.
So if I had a back injury that basically the only restriction was that I couldn't sit for more than 2 hours at a time, would that keep me from going back to my regular position as, let's say, an investigator for ASCOT?
It depends. We would have to look at what does your regular position require you to do? Do you sit in chair for the majority of the day? And if you do, then that's probably going to be a challenge, because if you normally sit for 7 hours, but you're only able to sit for 2 hours, then we start getting into, is it reasonable? I have seen restrictions of lie down. I think I gave the example the last time I was here. I had an infection in my leg and I had to elevate. I was able to telework, but it was a little awkward with the laptop.
So
I'll be
let's say I
honest.
had vision impairment, but in my current position, I had they had already provided me with something to accommodate me, like a special computer screen. Would that preclude me from going back to work, even if I had that accommodation before I had to take the rotation?
So I think not necessarily, again, but part of the requirement for all peace officers at this time is deployment. So we're also looking at whether those restrictions impact deployment.
Okay, thank you. That's where I'm getting at. So it's really based on whether or not you can be deployed then. That's the way that sounds, is that if you cannot be deployed.
Well, yes, we are applying the primary functions of a peace officer across the board to all peace officers when we analyze any restriction that comes in for a peace officer. Because the harsh reality is we've been deploying since 2020 and it doesn't look like it's ending anytime soon. We have that significant, especially under the emergency, that significant need and requirement. So of course we analyze whether or not someone can do the full scope, and if they can't, what we can do to perhaps accommodate.
Okay, the chief, I think, wants to answer this one.
Yeah, and I promise I'll give you your seat back. I just want to make very clear that, no, I disagree with that. It is not based singularly if you can deploy or not, but with whether you can perform the full peace officer functions. Those are two different things. It happens to be that we're currently deploying, and that has been the trigger from some of the assessments, because that's when folks have turned in letters. But independent of deployment, the same requirements to be a peace officer exist. In other words, there aren't separate peace officer requirements for whether you deploy or not. That's an important piece. The second, and I'll leave it alone, is if we could, and I don't know if this is happening, but if we could please not utilize specific examples of current employees that have claims. It's very important for us to just talk about the rules and regulations and not accidentally answer someone who is individually going through it.
Fair enough. So %100% is the baseline then. You have to be able to do 100% of what a peace officer is required to do in the field. Is that correct?
Oh, I know we keep going back and forth, and I already promised to give you, Wendy, the seat back. You 100% of the time have to be able to perform the core peace officer functions. Temporary accommodations are exactly that, temporary, but the core peace officer functions exist with the position, the deputization as a probation officer, and they carry with you independent of the assignment you go into. The assignment you're currently in may not require you to do X, Y, or Z often, but you always, by holding a deputization, have to be able to perform those core functions.
So I'm a regular supervision officer. Basically, I call, my kids come in, I talk to them, I write a report, they leave. I guess what I'm trying to really narrow down is, are we doing this because of what we may have to do rather than what we actually really do all the time? Like we may have to restrain somebody or we may have to chase somebody?
Yes.
Okay, and I've asked here in the past, just numbers of how many times an officer in the field outside of the gang unit and the SEO has really had to put their hands or do anything physical. And so, and being in the courtroom, hearing about all these kids that are not being seen and all these issues that we're having with lack of supervision out there, it just seems that there's got to be a way to kind of balance that so we can still maintain the safety of the community and the safety of the people we're supervising. So I guess if we're going to use the standard of what may happen and what we may need to do, is it worth what it's doing to the field and to the morale of this department? And I don't sit where you sit. So if you can just help us understand that component of it.
I certainly understand your position. You jumped very quickly into a conclusion that public safety is being impeded, and maybe that's part of the later discussion today. So I certainly don't share that this is causing that. But I think that you've actually described what it is to be a peace officer. I do not know when violence may come upon you. I do not know when you're going to have to intervene and protect someone. I do not know when you're going to have to help carry someone to safety because they're being abused. I don't know when that's going to happen. But I know that the reason 830.5 has designated you as a peace officer is because that may be a requirement, and we expect you to be able to do that. And so it would be wonderful if I could decide when, much of what we do is reactionary, when that would occur. But I know that the whole point, if not, there would be no need, likely, to have these positions in the 830.5 peace officer category. And this certainly isn't a conflict throughout the state and the other counties. Everybody understands that when you're deputized, with it comes the ability or the necessity to do those things. And so I wish there were a way to exempt folks, but I think what we would be saying is that then they don't need to be peace officers. And that's a separate conversation where I certainly would say that the department has already undergone an analysis and created a different position, a probation assistant position, in part acknowledging that there is a whole host of activities that are part of probation that don't need a peace officer to do them. And so we've actually expanded the classifications and number of positions because we think that you're right. If I can predict that you will never be asked to do those things, then it's a different classification that we could have to do that.
Commissioners?
I mean, I understand that.
Am I chopped liver over here?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Meredith.
Oh,
Since I'm the one that requested this presentation, I thought maybe I might look this way. Well, my question really on this focus was 4850 time. What I hear from people, this is like one by case hear from people is, I get injured at work, I go off, I'm not on 4850 time. I have to wait for Sedgwick to decide. Before that, I'm on my own dime. Is that true?
Yes, and until a claim is accepted. Once a claim is accepted by Sedgwick, then they'll send the benefit notice over to probation payroll. And at that point, anytime if they've used their own time, it gets converted to 4850 time. They don't ultimately lose that their time though.
Okay, I'm a deputy sheriff. I get injured in the line of duty. I go on my own time until Sedgwick comes around?
Yes, but in the majority of cases are accepted within 14 days.
Because I'm hearing there's an extended time before Sedgwick recognizes this. I'm getting it from both sides, sheriffs and from probation. But more importantly, I think part of our problem is getting staff back to work is that in my work, I'm a retired peace officer. And if I got injured, as soon as I walked out that door, I was on 4850 time until I was cleared to come back to work by a doctor. I didn't have to wait for some place like Sedgwick to clear it. So I'm kind of concerned because I think that affects getting people back to work, number one.
No, well, the workers' compensation laws haven't changed, so I can't speak to your prior experience, but 4850 is only approved on accepted cases. And again, most cases, especially the obvious, tripped and fell, got hurt in an altercation, got hurt in an assault with the deputy sheriff, you're in a, patrol vehicle, auto accident, or God forbid, getting shot, those cases are immediately picked up. The ones that tend to be delayed are the ones that are filed through attorneys for continuous trauma, meaning injuries that occurred over the course of employment, as opposed to a specific injury.
Okay, I'm going to go with one example. I'm not getting into details. An officer explained to me, it's somebody I've known for like 25 years, that they were injured during a restraint. First of all, their supervisor is reluctant to make out a report. Secondly, they've been on whatever disability or their own pay pending Sedgwick, and it's been at least a month and a half. So that's why I'm curious, because I think this affects getting people back to work. And I understand the light duty status is as a peace officer, yeah, I can get in a fight at any time out there. I have to be ready for that. But if I'm not getting people back to work, I'm creating a bigger morale problem by dragging this out and not going with 4850 time as it says in the law verbatim. It doesn't say you have to wait for Sedgwick.
Well, the assumption for Labor Code 4850 for any benefits under the Labor Code is that the injury has been deemed compensable. That is, it did arise in the course of employment. So the only time that wouldn't happen immediately is if further information was needed to make that determination.
Well, apparently it's not happening. That's why I'm requested this
Well,
presentation.
no, I mean, as the office that is responsible for overseeing their contracts and who perform annual audits, performance audits of of Sedgwick, it is happening. That's not to say, again, if there's, I mean, so far it looks like we're probably heading for somewhere between 800 and 1,000 claims this year. 800 to 1,000 claims every year for probation. You're always going to have some examples where
Well, I can understand.
but I don't think those are the rules.
I
Those are
can
the
understand, 'cause
outliers.
most of those claims are going to be minor type complaints or claims. What I'm talking about is somebody is obviously injured at work. They go out and it's going to be a month before Sedgwick gets back to them, or however long it's taken in this case. That affects morale. The other side of the coin is that on some of these claims, there's no doubt in my mind they're fraudulent. Okay. And a few years back, I think it was our Chief Powers, we actually had Department of Insurance come in and make a few cases out of that, and everybody seemed to come back to work. But those that are legitimately injured shouldn't be delayed.
And I agree with that.
Thank you. In the interest of time, the chief has to leave at 11. And I'm suggesting that we table this and revisit it after he leaves.
Okay.
Do I need a motion for that? Okay, may I have a motion to table this item number 5 and return to it after we complete item number 4?
I motion to table this item and return to it after we complete.
Thank you, Commissioner
previous.
Terry. And a second?
Second.
Commissioner Canales. Do we have to take a vote? A voice vote, please? Aye. Aye. Okay. So with that, so let's move back to agenda item 4, which is to discuss and take possible action from a presentation, on a presentation from Chief Guillermo Villarosa, who has joined today in person. The Probation Oversight Commission requested the chief to present about the plan to depopulate Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall pursuant to the tentative ruling of the Los Angeles Superior Court and the Board of State and Community Corrections, findings on suitability and non-compliance, and to respond to the POC recommended depopulation solution. The commission will discuss and take possible action on the plans. Sure. And I think we have an unscheduled person here. Would you please introduce yourself?
Good morning, Robert Arcos, Deputy Director of CSSO and SEO.
Good to have you. Thank you. Good to meet you.
Good morning.
So
Can you say
I'm not
that
going to guess what
again?
CSSO stands
Right.
for. Can you say it? I think it's Safety and
Okay.
Security. Is that right?
Campus Safety and Security Office and Special Enforcement Operations and Transportation for probation.
thank you. Chief?
Good morning. Thank you for the summary. I'm not sure what would be most helpful. I know that typically there are quite a few questions. So I don't know if you, in referencing the board's motion, which essentially called specific items from the POC proposal, if you would prefer that we just go through those items. I know we have to go through those, or if you prefer a different format.
Through the recommendations. Go through the recommendations.
Go through the
please.
recommendations. So as called out by Tuesday's motion by the Board of Supervisors, recommendation A to be discussed is reassess and return currently detained youth to court to revisit the findings in the initial detention hearing. And then it has a subsection, including but not limited to reviewing the initial detention reports of all currently detained youth, ensuring completeness, factual accuracy, and balance, and adhering to the Welfare and Institutions Code. This is the mirror of your recommendation, and which you had put, and please correct me, that you thought that there would be a gain of 60 to 100 immediate releases if we were to do this. That is not probation's finding with respect to this. If you follow the judge's orders from the previous hearings, probation had already been ordered to review the cases of all detained youth at Los Padrinos, together with the district attorney and the public defender. That assessment took place, and it did not net the release of that number of youth. And by the time the current order from the judiciary came, it already had taken into account that exercise. That exercise continues, but we certainly are not seeing a population drop because of it. One possibility is that it takes more time to find placement for youth, that those initial detention hearings have to take into account dangerousness and risk to the youth, and they are doing that. Now, the department will continue to review all of those cases, and on a weekly basis, those recommendations will be made. So we're not stopping simply because we did it once. Doesn't mean that we won't do it again. This is a continuous process that we've committed to and we're carrying out.
Commissioner Brooks. I'm sorry, Harris. That was close.
Two quick questions. One, could you please state how many reviews you did? And are you representing that the public defender was present in all of these views and that they shared in your joint assessment that very, very, very few youth could be released?
Well, I make no representations for the public defender, but it was ordered by the court that both the public defender and the district attorney review the same cases. That took place, and ultimately it was judicial discretion that resulted in very few of those being released, if any. I don't think more than 2.
Are you talking about the process that occurred almost a year ago?
No.
So recently, you had the district attorney and the public defender sit in a room and review cases with you, or were they in their independent office doing it?
I'd have to get back to you if it occurred in the same room or if it was essentially a review by probation and then forwarded to the district attorney and the public defender, or what that process, how it physically took place. But I will continue to refer you to the fact that the judge ordered for this to be done. The results were provided to him and he was satisfied with those results. So there was no further.
That's the 175 and the 5.
That's the 275.
So your representation is that you went through 275 youth and only 2 were eligible for release.
I'm not sure if it was the 2 that ultimately were released. I would have to get back to you, but the exercise took place. It took place under judicial scrutiny, And the assertion that if we were to do this, there were to be 60 to 100 releases just didn't take place. So this isn't a future thought experiment. This already occurred.
Okay, but how did that occur recently? How did that look? I mean, did somebody pull a file, see if there was a police report, look at the probation intake report to see if it actually supported the recommendation, whether or not it's detained or not, or released or CDP? I mean, that's a lot of evaluations to be done in a short time. So I'm just kind of wondering how that was done. What was the process with that?
We could certainly take additional recommendations on how you think it should have occurred. We could certainly.
Oh, no, I'm just
provide
asking
more
how it did
information,
occur.
but I know what the results were and what was required by the courts.
Okay, so between the order to show cause and your filing, something occurred that led you to the numbers that you provided. And I'm trying to figure out what that was. How does that look? How did that look? I mean, did we go back and look at files and look at the arrest reports and determine the elements and circumstances and whether or not the initial detention recommendation or CDP recommendation was supported? Or did we just, I mean, I get the sense that we looked at booking and decided that we can't even look at the 211s, let's not look at those because.
What made you think that?
Because of the quickness of it, and you're really not describing what the process was for the recent one. So that's all I'm looking for, is what was the process for the recent information that you provided? Yeah. And who was involved?
Yeah, we could certainly provide you more information on who from probation was assigned to it, exactly when it went to the DA and the public defender. If you're interested in the entire process, we could certainly provide that to you. I don't have that today.
Or even the process behind the two CDP cases. Are you able to give us insight into how those determinations were made? We would really just appreciate understanding what the evaluation entailed and how you guys arrived at those conclusions. We believe that more youth are eligible for those same considerations. So more insight would help us understand
No, I certainly understand the POC's position, and those were not the results that we found. Certainly probation did not do it in isolation. As I'll repeat, both the public defender and the district attorney, as is always required, had input, and then ultimately it was the judge that determined whether that reassessment should result in release. Okay. I understand that the POC disagrees with the conclusions even before I come back and tell you exactly what the process was, but I'm not going to be able to provide you that process today, but I can commit to give you all of the details of it, especially because it's ongoing. The second review is ongoing.
Would you not be invested in the same way that we are in understanding how you arrive at these numbers? It's not us just wanting to, would you not have the same questions that we have about how, be it a judicial process or not, how you could defend the information that's been presented to us today?
You rephrase the question.
I'm just saying, you're saying we should all be on the same page here, right? And if you're presenting this information with any degree of confidence, you should be able to answer the how, or at least be invested in the how in the same way that we are. But it just doesn't seem that you are. These are questions I would imagine that you've posed to the courts as well. How did you arrive here? I mean, that's my assumption, but maybe that hasn't happened, or maybe you're not interested in the same way that we are.
Yeah, those are mostly statements, but probation officers that are invested in the well-being of young people make these assessments every day. That's what probation does. My perspective is obviously different from this body, and that I have confidence in the probation officers that do these assessments, and that they are professionals, and that they don't have an outcome in mind when they begin, and that they provide the court full and honest information in their recommendations. And so when the court tasks us, and I task them, with doing a secondary review of all of these cases to determine appropriateness, a second look, giving the circumstances on whether they're released, I trust that process. And the process is also not a new one. It's what we do for courts every day. It's simply a second look at it to make sure that, in fact, the first assessment was appropriate. If there are dynamic factors that have changed, and maybe they weren't then, but they're ready for an alternate placement today before the next scheduled hearing. And so it certainly don't concur with you that it's that I have no interest or that I'm not involved in the weeds, but I do certainly have more trust in the probation officers in the process that we already have with the courts.
Sure. Just really quickly, can I ask a follow-up question? What are the offenses for the 2 youth that were referred or eligible for CDP? Are you able to at least share that?
I don't know.
Commissioner Canales.
Thank you. And Commissioner Meredith has his hand up too after me. Yes, good morning, Chief, and thank you so much for your attendance today. So my question comes from the opening statement that you made, following the judge's orders together with the DA and the public defender, they've already reviewed all these files. So you are definitely saying that probation was involved in this process, right?
Yes, that was submitted to the court.
Okay, but you don't know who from probation, right?
No.
Okay, do you have any idea who at probation might know? I mean, do you have a name of a supervisor who you might go back to and ask about the reviewed files? How are you going to find out the information? That's my only question. If you don't know right now, but you're going to come back to us with the answer, where are you going to go find the answer?
I've got to be honest. These questions are really more commentary than questions. If you're asking me,
it's a direct question. Where will you find the answer?
Well, it's an offensive question. You're asking me to name the employee to make sure I know where to go to. That's an offensive question. I have told you I can get the information and provide it to you. For your follow-up question to be, which employee are you going to go ask, is offensive.
Chief, it definitely is not offensive. I just sat through a trial yesterday and I witnessed Supervisor Ortega testify under oath that probation staff that write positive notes cannot be trusted. So that's why I am concerned. Who is leading the charge on this? And she also testified under oath how sending the youth to adult facilities is part of the depopulation plan. That's why I'm asking, do you have an idea? And you're offended? After I just watched them try to destroy a young person's life yesterday, I sat all day in court, and you're offended? I'm shocked. I'm not offended though, and I'm not surprised. But literally, she said probation was lying and cannot be trusted on the positive notes, but made the determination that they can be trusted on the negative. So if this is who you are entrusting to have in charge of reviewing files, maybe then we could understand why only 2 were approved. And I do think it is important, and I do think it's a relevant question that we are provided that information.
Commissioner Meredith.
Well, I do recognize that we do have hardworking, dedicated staff to the department. And correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, but I would presume that the DA's office, the public defender, the DA and the chief public defender probably didn't review these cases personally. They relied on staff.
That would be safe to assume.
Okay, and singling out who is responsible, we can find out a name, but I'm going to believe that you have a team under you of executives that have supervisors and managers under them that you direct the task to, and they are responsible for it. And if need be, you could get that information.
Of course.
So I just want to understand the process, because each case is independent and each case has its own attorney and each case has its own judge. So if I'm hearing you correctly, each case there was an attorney, like, let's just say the public defenders, because the public defender is not going to get involved in the alternate public defenders cases or the panel attorney cases. That's just not going to happen. It's a conflict. So you're telling me that these cases were reviewed by public defenders and district attorneys and already presented to a judge who ruled on all of these in one courtroom, or were all these cases presented to judges in the separate courtrooms, which would make more sense from a legal standpoint? See, that's where I'm having a hard time, is that I trust that there was a process. I would like to know what that is, but the timing doesn't sound like it is legal and actually possible, having to calendar each case to be heard by the judge who presides over it, and the public defender or the alternative public defender or the panel attorney. And somebody who worked intake, and as somebody, and I'm not going to go with individual cases, but I'm in the courtrooms at least once a week, and my court watch is in the courtroom at least once a week, maybe sometimes twice. And the information just is not matching. So that's why I'm a little confused, is which judge decided and ruled on all these cases?
This is going to be tough to have a productive meeting if we just freely throw out that you don't believe the legal process took place.
Well,
I'll just ask
a simple question. I'm not even going to do that. Was there a specific judge that ruled on all these cases, or were all the judges involved, since all of them oversee their cases differently and separately? I mean, that's just a simple question.
You know, I'm confident that I previously answered that I could certainly bring the information for the entire process, and that as this body, you can review the entirety of that process. Not prepared to do that today. Today, I was answering what the Board of Supervisors has asked me to do, which is go through why these recommendations from my perspective may or may not net the releases that were proposed by POC. Clearly, because of a process that already took place and that was public, it was submitted to a judge before this latest ruling. Thought you were aware of that, but I see that there's much more interest in what the process itself was, and we could certainly provide that in great detail to you at a future.
Fair enough. So let's go back to that one recommendation. Is that a feasible recommendation to utilize or dovetail some of those recommendations with the process that you believe was used?
Say that again.
So our recommendation for number one suggests that we look at all the initial reports, make sure that they support the recommendations, and reassess them utilizing our county partners, and see if we have recommendations that are less restrictive.
Yeah, I mean, we're going in circles here. What I reported was that this recommendation already took place. You responded by saying that you doubt that occurred properly and you want more information to determine whether there was a miss here because it wasn't conducted the way that you expected. We can do that.
Okay. Commissioner Terry.
So just to clarify, one of our recommendations did have to do with involving credible messengers, community care teams, DYD, all of these county partners in this process. So is the department committed to moving forward with that recommendation? Because you mentioned that reviews would still be continuing. And then it sounds like these partners maybe weren't involved. I don't think credible messengers were involved, for example, in this review. So is the department committed to involving these stakeholders?
No.
And is there a reason why? Because I know you mentioned professionals were involved, but these are also professionals who would have insights, who have placements, who have resources that would allow for some of these young people to be returned home. And if this information had been known in the initial review, maybe the outcome would have been different. So I'm trying to understand, if there are additional resources out there, why wouldn't the department consider that?
Thank you for asking the question in that way. I think it's really two different things. One of them is the folks that are legally permitted to be part of the process, which are the public defender or their alternate public defender or private counsel that are representing the young person, the district attorney representing the people, and probation who's making, as a court officer, recommendation to the court. Those are the folks that have access to these records that need to be part of the process. That doesn't mean that DYD or any other organization that can provide alternate housing, they could provide any of the resources that would be needed to make that recommendation, they're welcome, but they're not part of the group that is looking at criminal history, looking at that entire piece, they're not part of that group. We encourage DYD to continue to provide additional housing or referrals, wraparound services, and that's taken into consideration for placement. So that information is important to have, that these options are there. So we do want them to be part of that portion of the process, but not the review for determination of the recommendation of the court is.
Commissioner Ship.
Yeah, real quickly. So I know it's our recommendation was to look at the initial detention records, but so in this process, what you're saying is by not including DYD, incredible messengers and everything, we're not looking at how youth program. We're not looking at how they are within the facilities as well to see if they're being released as well. Because I think that's also a little bit part of this recommendation to see everything. Not the initial is 1A, but everything, how they're programming, what are their mental state, how can they be released home? Are they ready to come home? So is that being considered in this process? Specifically, and the reason I asked is because you said DYD isn't a part of this, or credible messengers or programmers, but that they know that information, and not so much the supervisors on the probation ground. They know too as well, but not so much you or the public defender so much, or the DA as much, but credible messengers, programmers, they know these things. So is that being reviewed in this process as well?
Commissioner, I agree that all sources of information that give us insight into the young person are important. And if what we need to talk about is a mechanism to get that information to where it needs to be because it's not happening, I'm happy to do that. I'm describing essentially what's already part of our justice system and the folks that are authorized to be able to be part of it. But that doesn't replace, for example, hearing from somebody's mother, hearing from somebody's grandmother, hearing from somebody's credible messenger, from someone's, any lay person or religious person. We need that information. That typically goes to the case manager and is considered as part of, it's part of that dynamic assessment to determine if somebody is ready to go to placement, for example. And it is our responsibility to get that to the judge. And so there's definitely room for growth there. And I'm happy to listen to sort of best practices on how we can make sure that, for example, a credible messenger's opinion is part of the packet that is being considered. That doesn't mean they're part of officially the group that is, because I mentioned it's almost prescribed by law who is, but I think there is room for improvement to make sure that that is incorporated in there. Happy to talk about how we can make sure that happens.
No, yeah, and I think that's the biggest important part, right? When we talk about these young people, and you talked about the danger to community or public safety, if they aren't a danger, they can be home, especially if their crime doesn't force them to be incarcerated. I think if you do look at and you do reassess, I think one of our biggest recommendations is take everything, not just the initial or whether the crime was there and it fits, or what the justice system says, but are they programming? Are they ready to come home? Did they graduate high school? Are they in college? What are they doing with themselves? And so I think my recommendation to you is to adjust this process to include that.
Understood. And I just want to make clear, because I hear constantly what I think is misinformation, that probation is somehow incentivized to not want to recommend release. That just isn't true. In many instances, the period that they're in there is because that's the period that it took to get a placement. That's the period that it took for them to be assessed and accepted at a placement. Because probation is saying don't go somewhere, because probation is saying, listen, they need to go somewhere that's safe. And so where I differ from perhaps this body's recommendations is, please put all of the energy into getting more resources so that the recommendations can be to release them to that place safely. Simply wanting for there to be a safe place for a young person to go doesn't make it so. And we constantly struggle with needing more alternatives faster in the process to be able to recommend release of young people.
Commissioner Jackson.
Thank you. Chief, when you and I met a few weeks ago, I thought we agreed on the fact that reconfiguring the population and sort of distributing them to other facilities would maintain the staffing deficit. I believe we nodded heads and sort of agreed, confirm if I have that wrong. How has that changed since you produced this? I understood decarceration to be a prerequisite to, depopulating by transferring to other facilities. We would be dealing with a leaner population. We could allocate resources differently. But again, if we agreed, again, you can confirm if that's wrong, if we agreed that simply shuffling young people around within facilities would preserve the staffing issue, how has that changed since this has been published?
No, your assertion is correct that redistribution does not solve staffing. I wholly concur. There are slight efficiencies that can be met by how you organize but they're de minimis, right? What this report, I know you haven't forgotten my proposal on the global plan. Where this report differs from that is that this report is a response to a judicial order. And in that order, it calls for depopulation relatively quickly and calls out the use of other facilities. I think the public, and certainly they're not being helped by this belief system that the judge ordered for young people to be released. That's not the case. I mean, folks here are very interested and have lots of opinions on what that order said. At no point did it say that based on that order, any of the young people, Chair Mundo described how they're represented by different counsel and different bench officers. So naturally, this order didn't take over as a class action for all of them and say that they could be released. And so I hear a lot of cries from the public saying, for me to release these young people, especially based on the judge's order, that's not what was done. I'm responding to the judge's order to depopulate through the redistribution of young people. On top of that, there are a few other things that have taken place, such as what I described earlier, which we're going to return to because you want much more detailed information, which was an earlier review of cases to see if they were ready for release.
So, and I understand that. I think part of our concern is that what's being proposed here mildly is systemic reform. The commission is concerned about the equity behind the processes and the people who are determining the fate of young people in the system. So I understand that these issues might lie within the courts, but to the extent that you're responsible for executing the planning, you're promising that there's equity and reform in the same ways that we're interested in it. It's just there are a lot of missing parts and pieces that make us question otherwise.
So, Meredith, good?
Whatever.
So we can go on all day with this process, but there are a couple other elements that are very pertinent to the recommendations, especially the movement of the growth. So go ahead, after Commissioner Kokani's question, then we can maybe move to that component.
Just one clarification. I haven't heard anyone say release the kids. I don't think anyone understands the order to say that. I think folks are calling for a safe decarceration of as many young people as possible because from the eyes of most, LP is operating illegally a lot of that due to inadequate staffing. And the thought is that there are young people inside that facility who don't need to be. And if we safely release them, then maybe we would get staffing to an appropriate number and we wouldn't be illegally operating a facility. And young people would hopefully be safer and be able to access things that are actually more rehabilitative instead of harmful. I'm seeking some clarification. I think you stated that you excluded 100 young people from your review or your department's review of who could be released. Can you share the specific breakdown of that 100 young people? I think you combined how many young folks were in on 187 and those with out-of-home dispositions. So just looking for the breakdown of that 100. Does that question make sense?
No. When did I say that I excluded 100 people from review?
In the long-term depopulation strategies under the first bullet point, it says, in connection with its initial review of 150 youth, not including approximately 100 youth excluded pursuant to the criteria above, and the criteria above states that probation compiled a list of all detained youth, excluding those charged with PC 187, murder, and those with out-of-home dispositions. So that's what it says here. So that's what I'm referring to.
No, thank you for the reminder. That is part of the process, right? When you decide on an instrument. So that was just my, thank you for the clarification. So the question is why the 187s were initially determined?
It's not even why. It's just I'm just asking what the breakdown is between 187s and out-of-home placements. You combine the number and give us a total of 100. So I'm asking how many young people are in on 187s and how many young people have out-of-home placements.
Give me a second. I might be able to tell you.
Well, just to help you out, on December 1st, there were 50 for 187.
We're using that static number. We had 58 for 187, 1 for manslaughter. But I'm not going to be able to get you the out-of-home placement.
Sorry, you said so 58 plus 1? So you said 58 in on murder and 1 for manslaughter, so 59?
Yeah.
Okay, so approximately then 41. You said approximately 100 youth, so I'm assuming it's divided by those, I guess, 3 buckets.
Yeah.
Manslaughter.
Probably.
Okay. And then is this the review that you all conducted of these cases? Was this like a unique review or was this something that was already in place, if you know? Like, was this specifically in response to the crisis that is happening per the judge's order?
This was as a response of a requirement by the judge. So it was an additional review that wouldn't have otherwise taken place.
Okay. And that review was not devised by you. It was just by the folks who, I don't know if it was IDC or like it was a group of folks that came together and came up with the review. Just trying, again, I understand that you might not have the details of the process and that like maybe some of this questioning is offensive, but I think folks are just trying to gain some clarity. And I don't think the intention is to be offensive. The intention is to achieve something that resembles transparency and maybe even like accountability, because a lot of us care about the young people who are currently incarcerated and being subjected to things that are really, really dangerous.
And if the process is fair, then we have to accept the results. It's just not knowing the process makes us question the results. And that's all we're asking, but we really should move on to.
I mean, if there's not an answer on like who the group of people that devised this review process that.
I think he already answered that he's going to get back to us.
I mean, I think it was like we didn't know who conducted the review, but I'm just asking like who devised do we know who devised the process?
It should probably
Same
part
question.
of when he gets back,
I heard the entirety of your comments. I think I've already stated that I would provide further information to your satisfaction.
Perfect. We can go through the second one, please.
So B was send all post-disposition youth to their placements within 24 to 48 hours in alignment with the July 23rd, 2024 board motion and best practices. We certainly, or maybe I need some clarification. But I read this to read to expedite the process once there's a placement order, because sometimes, you know, every day delayed is an additional day that a young person is at LP, rather than ultimately what has been recommended and is considered a more suitable place for them. I'm in line with that sort of as a value statement. So our processes should align with the moment there is a placement order for us to prioritize and expedite them. I believe that is what we're doing, and where we have had some success. When you see the ADP lower at LP recently, I think that really the reason for that is this. Not that we've had an ability to take less on intake, not an ability that if you to see those. Now these are one-time gains, right? Because it doesn't change the influx. And there are some things that are within our control. For example, if it's a county physical assessment prior to camp placement, that is something that you should look to the county partners to make sure they facilitate, and we do it quickly. That's within our power. Some other things may not be. So it just, I concur, and I'm committed to the spirit of this, understanding that there are individual cases that may take more than 48 hours, and that might actually be beneficial for the young person to delay.
You know what would help support that is if and we've asked for this data, just trying to get an idea of what the average time is. And maybe you are so efficient that that's the average time, but not knowing, because every time we get a population report, we see a number, but we don't know if it's the same kid that's been there for 30 days. So for us, again, the facts are the facts. You're not gonna negotiate out of that, right? If the average is 7 days, or let's say if the average is 2 weeks, and we've made every effort to improve that, but it doesn't work, then we can sit with that and know, okay, it's 2 weeks, and maybe it's on the placement side, the placement. So it's just not having that data that we've been asking for, and it's simple data, and it makes it difficult to really get an idea of what your challenges are.
So you would like to see the time between a placement order and transportation to that ultimate facility. Okay.
And I think it would be important for you as a manager, as the chief, to understand, okay, so when people do ask you, this is it, we've tried everything that we can to reduce it, and here are the reasons, but this is the fact.
Yeah, no, I am very invested in how long it takes. I think that, of course, the body, you ask for that and get that. I would point to the department's proposal with respect to depopulation calls out, but in a different way, this precise issue, which is essentially to have a camp, a location that once there's a court order, they can go to, and that process can take place ultimately, right? So it is a version of the global plan that essentially says, look, if we do this right, then we have these staging areas that we could be faster at and that we can get a kid out quickly. So the dedication of one of the camps to essentially camp placements, and then we could start doing that, and they're already out of LP, is part of the proposal that was submitted to the court.
Commissioners?
My concern is with are we really wrapping this up in 10 minutes? My concern is with the process here, and the questions on this will take us to the 11 o'clock hour, and then what? And I think we should talk about it. My understanding is the chief has to leave at 11.
I guess it depends on how hard the chief stop is.
No, we'll push as much as we can.
So maybe the next item.
Sorry. I was trying to look at some data, but did you share that you would try to provide that data related to
The length of.
placement, like length of
Length of stay
time?
between order and transportation to
Okay.
that placement.
And then if we could distinguish between placement dispositions and then, I guess like commitment to an SYTF or DKC or a camp versus.
That's a different request. This conversation was camp placement, but I think what I'm hearing you is.
Actually,
All
no, suitable
placements.
placement. Suitable placement.
Yeah.
But they all kind of align anyways. It seems that the camp movement would be a little quicker since we control the camps,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
And secure U-Track.
Right, because I'm seeing, there's a wait list for Dorothy Kirby. It seems that there's one young person on a wait list, and then there's 5 young people with a DKC order. I don't know what it means, new parentheses probation, per the population statistics we received from your office. But then there's also suitable placement new for 9 young people. So knowing kind of how long for each of those different groups of people is actually quite helpful. And feels like it is in alignment with the motion from the board. And right now, we have 246 young people with their cases pending disposition, but a population of 280, leaving us with 32 young people who, could be somewhere else. And so understanding what their timeline is would be really helpful.
What's the next item?
Move to C.
Yes, please.
C is slow the influx of new youth by immediately reforming the intake, detention, and control division. I gotta tell you, this is a tough one. This is predicated on a notion that we have an improper process. And I've heard this commission loud and clear that they do not believe probation, the public defender, district attorney, or the judges themselves are properly applying the Welfare and Institutions Code when it comes to this. So I've heard that. I understand that that is your opinion, but simply saying to reform it, I mean, I'm not even such a broad, I'm not even sure how to respond to that.
Well, I would just start by saying we had a series of town halls that were facilitated with experts around the codes that really did show that there's decisions being made, for example, within those first 48 hours that maybe don't have to be made. And legally, there is room to send young people home or to not detain them at all. And so I think that's a starting point, because I think, yeah, that's a starting point. It indicates that maybe there is some training, because an assessment that someone should be detained within 48 hours, some of the things that are required to be found, it seems like that's really difficult to make those kind of assessments within 48 hours. And I think training, for example, to even know where is their flexibility, it is a starting point.
Never one to turn away training. We certainly have had some recent director changes in IDC, fresh look. Not saying anything improper was being done before, because I don't believe it to be true, but really sort of an abundance of taking advantage of opportunities. There is a new director there. It's a new opportunity to accept new training. Training is one of the hallmarks of what we hope to do in the coming year. It's why we have asked for a training center to professionalize our ability to do that. So I don't object to additional training.
So you constantly say that we have 707Bs, and is intake precluded from making recommendations of house arrest or release on 707Bs.
There can be appropriate. It's tough without going into specific cases, isn't it?
Yeah, but the answer isn't. It's not all of them, of course, but on certain 707B cases, where let's say an individual is secondary in the act, is probation legally or from policy precluded from recommending release, house arrest, if supported?
There may be a case where it's appropriate.
So with regards to reform, obviously, I'm the one who pushes that because I've worked IDC and it was reformed once. And I've been going up and down the state looking at different models. And when we asked to look at it, it may not need reform. But sitting in the courtroom, hearing the cases out, and quite frankly, getting an opportunity to talk to the public defenders and the district attorneys that file, there are problems. And it may not be a structural problem, but maybe just a quality. And you have said numerous times, and I've agreed with you, that we can't have minimum standards. And if that's the most critical report that we do in the front end, then the reform can just be taking a real good look at it and seeing if, not only if our motto is current, but if our approach is current and really follows the letter and the spirit of the law. Because when somebody says 707B, I'm always inclined to think that they're talking about the first line of 626 for protection of the community, but which is followed, and protection of the youth, which is followed by all the services that we're supposed to provide that are equal to what they get at home. So the reform doesn't have to be drastic, but there does have to be a look, because we've had the opportunity to look at reports. And just sitting in the courtroom and looking at and hearing reports and listening to the public defenders and the district attorneys both lament at the quality. So the reform could be that simple. It's just, we're just asking that there's a real look, and it's not insular. It brings in experts that are from varied approaches. And I look forward to being in Oakland to look at their place, because they've actually moved intake out of detention and into the field where it used to be here. So just looking at it and thinking about it, are we doing this correctly? And we may remain with the same process. Commissioner Brooks, Harris, I'll get it right.
Chief, do you agree with our recommendation that reports, I'm looking at 3A, reports should provide a proper analysis of services available in the community and a more comprehensive analysis of the youth strengths and risk factors, including input from their families and other sources? Do you agree with that?
I do.
You okay with that? And do you feel that there's room for improvement with that process?
Yeah, I want to make sure that we're not speaking past each other here. At no point do I want anyone to believe that I'm saying that there's no room for improvement in training, execution of reports, completeness, how we're reaching out to folks that may have additional information to. That's not what I'm saying at all. In response to having to provide the bench with a plan that can be executed, where we have differed is the assertion by this commission that in this area, we would be able to execute some policy changes that would result in the release or a lower population in very quick fashion. That's where we disagree. That I don't see that, and we have a different take on the fact that the judge ultimately, good, bad review, is making a decision. We have a different relationship to the judiciary, and you are free to criticize their decisions and believe that they over-detain, for example. I'm not saying you are. Whereas my role is to provide the best information possible for the judge to make the decision, and I trust that that is the correct decision. I think that there's a divide there, but with respect to improving and better reports, I agree wholeheartedly.
I feel like you're saying two things. One is that your department currently is providing the judge with the best information possible to make a report, and that there's room for improvement. I was a defender for 6 years. I've read a ton of initial detention reports. It is a very tight timeline to make a recommendation. And frankly, you know this, that is what is used as the basis for argument for or against when a young person comes to court at that initial detention hearing. It is a critical piece of information. The probation department gets 2 opportunities to evaluate whether or not a person should be in your facility. First, when the police bring them to the facility, and second, when they have that 48 hours to write a detention report. And are you saying that you believe that those reports, well, do you or do you not think that there's room for improvement in the quality and the information in those reports that help the judge make their decision? It's not just on the judge. Probation has a huge role in that initial detention hearing. Do you think those reports can be improved?
Yeah, no, I certainly heard the question. What I've stated is there's room for improvement, always open to additional training, always open to taking a look at process and whether processes can be improved. And then I pointed out where I think we differ significantly, which is that this body believes that that is a cause for either over detention, excessive detention, and that the population could be reduced significantly. I disagree there. I can both believe there is room for improvement, but have seen no evidence that there is a whole host of young people being detained because of bad reports. That is what I reject.
Yes, we disagree. As someone who practiced in courts all over the county, every single courthouse in this county, the detention report is what the 2 lawyers and the judge and the court officer are looking at when they are talking about the eligibility for someone to go home or not. That is simply a fact. I don't really even think it's a case. It's hard to articulate why we disagree, because it's happening right now. It's happening in 8 courthouses.
We don't disagree on that fact. You described the process, yes.
And so the probation department is the department responsible for writing the report. Therefore, the probation department has a huge responsibility in influencing what happens in that detention hearing. The information is coming from this report. The judge does not look at the police report. Only the parties do that. The judge is only looking at the detention report, basing the information off of that and what other limited information the defender can gather and the DA might have going into that hearing. That's just the way it works.
So the next item.
Recommit to reducing incarceration of girls and gender expansive youth.
And number 4 is the next one.
Did I skip one?
Yeah. It's the Girls Gender Expansive Youth to Kirby Center rather than Kilpatrick.
I may not have the amended one in front of me.
Let me give it.
Is it different?
On the other side.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was following the board's motion. is what I was going down, not the original POC. But that'll. So fourth on your original recommendations was move most predispositioned girls and gender expansive youth to Dorothy Kirby. The probation's submission to the court proposes to move all of the girls and gender expansive youth to Kilpatrick.
Chief, can you explain what it went into determining that that was the best facility, the cottages specifically for the subpopulation for the girls?
So well, there are many reasons, moving parts to determine how to best utilize all the facilities. One of the key requirements, especially on the short turnaround for the court and the execution of the plan, is our assessment that the facility would be approved by BSCC for that population. The facility that is the most modern and has any or maybe a few modifications that are necessary to utilize as a new juvenile hall is Kilpatrick. So physical plant, lack of modifications for it. That's one of the main reasons.
Sure, I'm questioning that because I'm thinking about in my last couple of visits to LP, the girls' units specifically, where there's a lot of racial sort of tension, there's gang tension. The units have just been utterly chaotic every time I've visited there with the girls. And so I question the physical layout of the cottage and the settings at Kilpatrick consistent with the climate of the units that I've witnessed in the last month or so. And I find it problematic from my perspective that they would be expected to sort of coexist in an open environment where a couple of girls that I met with feel like a lot of the violence stems from fear that they're not protected and they have to kind of fend for themselves. So if you put them in these open cottage-like settings, my concern is that they're going to be more susceptible to that. I'm wondering like how much considered is giving to that kind of climate when you're deciding that this is the best place for them, because what I've witnessed is sort of contrary to that.
I think we're talking about two different things. So one thing is physically, what are we closest to that we believe could be approved by BSCC? What you've mentioned is a very important consideration, which is when we take a look at the population, what are the types of things that we need to consider in terms of staffing and programming and how we're going to do this. I think you're very insightful, and that is one of the considerations that we're going to have to manage in terms of what order young people go there, to stabilize the culture, what type of programming we're going to have, so I think you're right, but those are programming considerations. And with limited options and opportunities, we have to work with the locations that we have. And we don't have a perfect scenario where we can build to suit. But I hear you loud and clear on that concern.
I don't know if that's programmatic though, like the living unit and the safety of it. Would you consider that like a programming issue? But that's what I'm referring to. Like, I mean, I don't know about how Kirby is set up right now, but I believe there are like individual rooms, which actually the girls feel safer with, like having individual rooms versus like a dorm-like setting. So are you saying that they're different things, or maybe I'm confused?
No, I heard your concern and that you don't think that it's good because it's dorm-like setting. I was affirming your assessment and then letting you know that we're aware of those considerations and we'll manage it via some policy decisions on how they're programmed. There are similar concerns for some of the other populations, and we don't have a build out possibility in 30 or short days for all of them. So these are within the options that we have. We believe that's something that we can manage. But I hear that you don't think so, or that you have concern about it.
Commissioner Canales?
Yes, so as you mentioned, you're aware of the concern. Does this mean you are reconsidering that, or that you would reconsider the move of the girls from Dorothy Kirby to Camp Kilpatrick now, since, you know, raising the awareness of the very serious concerns, you know, should they be moved, would you reconsider that? Or you're just letting us know you're aware of it?
Well, in part, yes, we're aware of that. This proposal, or the probation's proposal for depopulation, was already submitted to the court. There is nothing between now and the court hearing that would result in a change to that recommendation.
Commissioner Kakani?
Using Kilpatrick as a pre-dispo and post-dispo place, I think you said would require BSCC approval. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is a pilot of sorts. I can't remember if I read that like this is a new
That would be
concept. I thought that there was somewhere in the depopulation, I can't remember now which of the documents that I read, that referred to this as like a pilot that you were hoping the BSCC would approve. Is that right?
During the pre-inspection process, there are different ways or paths to come into compliance for a facility. One of them is a pilot, and one of them is a straight pre-inspection. Those determinations have not been made by the BSCC.
Okay, so it's a BSCC that will decide if this is a pilot or just a regular pre-inspection.
We're currently in consultation with BSCC to determine the most appropriate path.
Do you know what the timeline is for whether something is approved as a pilot or whether something is approved in the non-pilot pathway?
Now, BSCC would determine their timeline in terms of inspection, what area. We would continue to work with them up into the hearing on the 16th, hoping to have as complete information for the court.
Okay, so it's your hope that CVK will be approved by the BSCC for this purpose by the 16th?
I wouldn't speak on the timeline for BSCC, but absolutely, yes, we would love that.
Has the BSCC come out to inspect Kilpatrick for this purpose?
No.
And then in terms of staffing, I know historically CVK was limited to a smaller population of boys and young men because there wasn't enough staffing quarters to address the 56-hour work week. Like, it was kind of limited on how many young people could be there because of how many staff could be there. So what is your thoughts on addressing that? Will it continue to be a facility that utilizes the 56-hour work week?
Any change to that would require, would likely require negotiation with the union. The anticipation is that we would continue, at least in the short term, with it being staffed on the 56 hours.
And how many staff then can reside at CVK if it remains a facility that runs on a 56-hour work week?
So one of the pre-inspection and assessment components of it would be additional staffing, additional sleeping quarters, and we have a number of solutions for that. So we would not increase the population without having the adequate amount of housing for them.
I mean, that's been the biggest barrier to increasing Kilpatrick for as an SYTF step down.
Yeah, I've addressed that with this body before, that is not my understanding. I know that had been presented to you before, that staffing quarters had been the reason for not putting more youth there. But I recall early on coming here and saying that my understanding is slightly different. And it really had to do with objections and concerns by the local community of how many of these young people we had there.
But regardless, you would probably need to build additional staffing quarters for the girls and gender expansive youth. Is that right?
We would need more staff and we would need more staffing quarters.
More staffing quarters. Is there a budget for that build out?
It would not require for us to ask anything beyond what I already have in budget.
I understand that it's not something that you would ask for more money for, but I'm just curious what the budget is, right? I mean, those dollars could presumably be used for other ways to make facilities feel home-like or to fall into compliance with the DOJ settlement, for example. So I think that was one of the requests, if I recall correctly, during your initial presentation of the global plan. And I understand that the global plan and the depopulation plan are at least different in title, but by and large, they are very similar in terms of like intention and like the actual meat of the document. So do you have, are you planning on putting together a budget for this build out? Even if it does not require additional dollars, or that, you know, you can use dollars that are already in your budget?
Yeah, are you asking me how much it will cost?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I don't know how much it will cost yet.
Okay. And your intention is to go from, I guess, right now, Kilpatrick is sub 20 young people, but your intention is to go from 20 young people to 50-ish young people. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So that, and that too in like a 30-day timeline. And so those 50 young people will need additional DMH staff, additional LACO staff, additional, really everything. And I know that you said you've been in contact with, I think, other county departments. Are you still continuing to meet with them?
Do you have a question or a comment or?
I'm pretty sure, are you continuing to meet with them? Question mark is a question.
I just, it certainly, yes.
Okay. And with what frequency? Because we're not quite hearing that from the county, or I'm not hearing that from the county departments.
The meetings early on to develop the plan were occurring multiple times a week. I think they had then were reduced to once per week. I don't know what it is today or when we speak, or if they're pending the court hearing.
And when you say the plan, you're talking about the depopulation plan, the global plan, or both one?
Both.
Okay, the same.
So,
and the, sorry, is the public defender a part of those meetings?
No.
Okay. So there's no kind of conversation around how, like, if this is, if attorneys would be able to access their clients now, like pre-dispo youth and especially the pre-dispo youth.
They're not part of this meeting, but there's certainly communication with them.
So
I believe
Commissioner
their
Kakani,
representation is otherwise.
Commissioner, just in the interest of time, I think I would like to let the public interject for a minute. Any?
Public comment, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you to those of you who have joined in the room. If you'd like to make public comment, you can make a line or just get up whenever the next person finishes speaking. If you'd like to make comment online, you have to be on WebEx. You can't make public comment if you're watching on YouTube. Use the little raise your hand function. If you're calling in, you dial *3, that'll put your number on the list. And Janae's going to run our very fancy timer, and Mr. Pettis will start us off.
And please keep on point with the current item.
Not a problem, sir. Just from the Cornelius Pettis, LA County Probation, just on the raw numbers, if we had 285 young people, I know that could change, and going in and out, but let's just give an example of 285. If we move 100 young people to another facility, whether it's DKC, any of the camps, we still have 285 people in custody. And if the plan was to release people or to send them home or do something like that, we're not accomplishing that goal. And I got other comments and I'll have to write it because I'll have to leave. But I'm gonna do this to everyone to stay on point. But it's musical chairs. I mean, we're just moving kids from here to there. And I've seen Kilpatrick. It's a model facility. But from my experience of 30 years being with the department, they're going to rip that place up. And I'm going to tell you why. They don't want to be there. They're so far from home. All that home-like setting, all that beautiful furniture is going to be gone. We just spent a couple of years, $48 million to create this beautiful facility. And now we're saying we're going to send 58 people in there that's going to rip it up because they don't want to be there.
Good morning, Director. I have limited English language capacity, so I will try my best to stay on the topic. I apologize in advance. So several concerns that when we are trying to depopulate the Los Padrinos, are we talking about transfer them to a different facility, or are we talking about release them back to the street? So if we're releasing them back to the street, I mean, I don't feel that's the correct way. If they were supposed to be in probation for 20 years and then they got early release, that doesn't seem fair to me. Second of all, if we are talking about releasing them to a different facility, that will create the same problem again and again, because the reason why Kilpatrick is so good is because, you know, they are not overpopulated. So if we are trying to, you know, depopulate this facility, so move them to another facility, then we are overpopulate the other facility, then the other facility will have to be depopulated, and then the bad circle will continue like a dead cycle. So I'm a little bit concerned about that when we are trying to depopulate right there. Another concern is that I don't really believe that someone just going to a different facility and their behavior will just all of a sudden, like a magic, they just become a good person again. Somehow you are telling me that this person stay in this facility, they are violent, and then you are telling me that we're gonna move them to a different facility. Somehow magically they are peaceful, they are respectful, they're having manners anymore just because they live in a different facility. I do not believe that kind of logic behind it.
Go ahead, Lena.
Thank you. I don't have much to say other than this is the most disappointing and most unacceptable report back I've seen. I hope Judge Espinosa is watching, because for him to approve a plan that has this many gaps would be unspeakable. Hi, my name is Deanna Pittman. I'm here with the Young Women's Freedom Center. And first and foremost, I want to say how there's something so deeply unspiritual about this man. And I don't know how we got to a point where he is in charge of a department where youth and children, I just don't know how we got here. And I just know that we need to go far away from the direction that he wants to take us in. I think the problem with where we're at is that probation has too much power and too much control over the fate of what happens with this department. The Board of Supervisors is not willing to take action. You all are the experts over this issue, but you do not have the power to do what you all so thoughtfully have created with your alternative plan. I don't have nothing else to say. I agree with what Lena said. We need to do better.
Hi, good morning. Helen Eigenberg. I was there in the courtroom. I've sat in all the hearings with Judge Espinosa when he's with his court or the order, and I was there when he asked Ms. Epps to reassess every youth there. It was never discussed again in any of Judge Espinosa's hearings. I'm not a lawyer, maybe it didn't have to be, but it was interesting that it was made very clear he wanted reassessment, and then it was never discussed again. It's just really disappointing to sit here and feel like the recommendations, which the POC worked really hard, listened to the community, listened to DYD, listened to all the CBOs, listened to everyone, and came up with really thoughtful, workable ideas that really align more with YJR. don't feel like they were even taken into consideration. And it's just really disappointing. And I don't know where we go from here. And I just want to remind us all, it is not because none of us were found incompliant. Probation was found since last December to be incompliant. We are here now and we're in this rush to, do something in 3 weeks because probation was found non-compliant. That's on you.
Hello, hi, my name is Jonathan Gentry. I appreciate all of you on this panel. I listen to you all. I really greatly appreciate.
Hold on just a second.
Yes,
Janae,
ma'am.
will you reset the time? Will you pull the mic up so we can hear your voice nice and loud? And so the people on, thank you,
Yes, ma'am.
sir. Okay, we'll just wait till the time resets and you can start. This is really test. Did she do it already? That's
Yes, it did.
impressive. All right, great. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Jonathan Gentry. I'm just a father. I've been visiting Los Padrinos for the last 4 or 5 months. And as far as profession, as far as I work security bodyguard, protected Hollywood's finest, in the highest gated communities you can imagine. I say that to say I'm witnessing. I'm getting more truth from teenagers inside of Los Padrinos. More truth than those that are actually staffed. And that's unacceptable. And I say that also to say that when I say truth, I'm dealing with a situation where someone who worked for the city could not bring that to the table. And as a father who has a voice, and I appreciate that story you told earlier, Mr. Mundo, about those who live in the city and those who just have voices. I'm just here to say the youth in this situation, in this regard, as far as the parents that I also see every weekend, their voices will not be drowned out. They won't. This is 2025. We're living in a different era, different time. Turn on your TV. The voices of the parents and the youth that need real rehabilitation and help. Depending on a panel, I know you all are doing a fabulous job, but there's so much more that needs to be brought to the table with a heart of gold. And I appreciate Dolores as well. Your story, it really touched me. I appreciate that. But as far as you, sir, I appreciate your work, all of you. I greatly do. But there's so much more with the youth and currently situation that I'm currently dealing with. And again, I say his voice, my son's voice, will not be drowned out. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few folks online. That's the end of our in-person public comment. And we'll start with James Maddox. Welcome, James.
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Terrific, terrific. Many of you who have been on the commission know my position. $4 billion of liabilities the county has because of probation. And it is a $1.125 billion budget request for this year for probation. My position is still shut it down. You can take $300 million and enter into negotiation with either Ventura or Orange County to assume the children. And on top of that, you can realize the potential because you can sell some of the properties that currently are used for housing children to developers to build real estate. Because as I've been attended some of the meetings, some of the neighbors have been very upset about the adjacency of these facilities. I think that you just need to shut it down. I think that this demonstration today was a confirmation that the probation department doesn't care, and I request that the Oversight Commission propose to the Board of Supervisors that the probation department be shut down. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next up, we have Leah.
Good morning. This is Leah Zeidler-Dawes with Urban Peace Institute and Layup. I just want to start off by thanking the Commission for asking these helpful and enlightening questions on behalf of the community and for questioning probation's responses. In a nutshell, I'm just really disappointed in the lack of clarity and transparency from the department. From what we know of this department, there's no reason for the public to accept minimal responses that provide no insight into their process with no data or written documentation to back up their statements. And I don't know why it's been insinuated that it's crazy for us to be questioning the integrity of the department as a result. I also want to ask a question, and I don't know if the commission wants to ask this question, but I just really appreciated the clarifications that Commissioner Harris gave around the power of probation's initial detention reports in influencing a court's order. Additionally, I think it would be interesting to know more about the information that probation is presenting to the courts. So what is the percentage of these initial detention reports that probation submitted that recommended release versus continued detention? I think it could be helpful to have this information in order to understand if probation truly has any commitment to addressing the POC's recommendations. I suspect the answer, but I'm sure my assumption would be insulting to the chief since I'm assuming the worst. The commission has also asked for a lot of data in this time speaking with the chief. I heard throughout the meeting several instances in which commissioners stated that they had asked for data that wasn't provided. Just want to urge the commission to use its subpoena power to attempt to get responses from the department. As a member of the public listening to this meeting, it just feels so important to get answers so we can take action. And finally, when the chief accepted this job, he knew there was a probation oversight commission. If he doesn't want to answer basic process questions or provide information or data to the probation oversight commission, then maybe he shouldn't have accepted this job. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. And actually, the report that you're requesting about the percentage of times that probation recommends detention versus ankle monitoring versus release is something that we had in the past. I want to say off the top of my head, it was through July of 2024. So the commission could ask for an update on that data, certainly. Let's go next to, I thought I had it memorized and I forgot. Oh, Sean Garcia Lays. Thank you. Sean, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. So first, let me start by reminding everyone that it is unlawful for the probation department to confine youth in Los Padrinos and has been since December. I don't know if I heard that so far today. With that in mind, the chief's response to the first and third recommendations are particularly frustrating. If the department has already completed those recommendations, then they did it wrong. The chief makes it seem like the purpose of that process was to do things the same way as always, but to look for mistakes. But the purpose now is to depopulate Los Padrinos, to come into compliance with Welfare and Institutions Code 209, and that means doing things differently. The department's longstanding practice is to make detention recommendations that are unnecessarily conservative. If the same probation staff are doing the same review and deciding that they did it right the first time, then the department is not using this process to make a serious attempt to achieve the new goal of depopulating Los Padrinos. If every recommendation is approved by a judge, then the department is continuing to be more conservative than the judiciary, which is further evidence that the department is not making a good faith effort to use this process to depopulate. If this is done with depopulation in mind, then the judges should be denying some of the motions because the probation should be erring on the side of release. The department should the department should identify 50 to 100 youth most likely to receive a new detention order, write recommendations for a new detention order, written in partnership with all the people discussed in the POC recommendations, and then let the judges make their decisions. What is happening now in practice is that the department is denying the juvenile court the opportunity to help depopulate Los Padrinos. When the chief says he disagrees that reviewing detention recommendations will significantly reduce the population, what he is saying is that he will not make depopulation a goal if it requires recalibrating, even just recalibrating the department's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Carolina Goodman.
Commissioners, Chief, Deputy Director, it's Carolina Goodman representing the League of Women Voters of Los Angeles County. We strongly support the implementation of Probation Oversight Commission's recommendations for safely reducing the population at Los Padrinos. The recommendations from the POC are both legally permissible and operationally feasible. They include reassessing detention decisions, reducing delays in post-disposition placements, reforming intake procedures, expanding community-based alternatives, and facilitating step-down transitions. These measures align with California law, national best practices, and the county's stated Care First commitments. By tying these recommendations to a judicial mandate, requiring a written response from the chief probation officer, and elevating public oversight, the POC's recommendations offer a concrete opportunity to hold departments accountable and drive measurable action. We further recommend public progress reporting and clear timelines for implementation, interagency coordination to address placement bottlenecks, ongoing engagement with families and community-based providers, and a formal accountability mechanism if departments fail to implement without justification. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina, and sorry for mispronouncing your name. Thank you for being here. And our next up, we have Tauhida.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Sarah Shakur, and I'm the Director of Organizing at the Youth Justice Coalition. I had a different speech prepared, but after hearing the Chief of Probation speak, I can't stay silent. Let me be clear. I'm addressing this to the Chief of Probation as if he's here. I understand he walked out, but whatever. Okay. Let me be clear. You are unqualified to lead anyone, especially young people. You can't even explain basic reporting assessments or how you decide if a young person should be released. That alone proves you're not fit for this role. When you resigned last year, you should have stayed gone. We know and you know you are not right. You are not the right person for this job. And while we know the probation system was never built to heal young people, your leadership makes that even more obvious. Every time you show up, if you show up at all. Let's not forget probation was a part of a $4 billion settlement due to child and sexual abuse in its facilities. That's not an ancient history. It's a reflection of ongoing failure. But I also want to uplift what's working. To the Probation Oversight Commission, thank you for the strong amendments to the global plan. Your work shows what's possible in community leads. Because when we show up, change happens. We'll keep fighting until our young people are safe, free, and truly cared for. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's all our public comment. Yes. Is it? Oh, okay. Sorry. I've got another. Oh, thank you. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 more public commenters. Next, we'll go to Anthony G. Anthony, can you hear me? You're unmuted, Anthony, but we can't hear you. We'll go to Jacob.
Me?
Hi, Jacob. Yes, you can begin.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just get here real quick. My name is Jacob Jackson. I'm with the Youth Justice Coalition. First, I want to thank the Probation Oversight Commission and the Psych Service team for the thoughtful and necessary amendment to the global plan. Your work is a vital step toward accountability and transformation in our youth justice system. I also want to give a shout out to LA County Board of Supervisors for voting in favor of the POC edits. Your support shows that county recognized the urgent need for change. But let's be clear. The leadership at Probation Department has repeatedly failed to show up with the seriousness this moment demands. The chief of probation has only appeared when it's convenient and continues to rely on empty promises and polished statements to cover up the deep corruption and ongoing misconduct within the department. If you're not serious about doing the work, then step aside. Let the community lead. There has been a track record of failures. How can there be any true change? The report back is not substantial enough. There is no data that reflects the proposal to move young people out of Los Padrinos. And the purpose of any youth justice system should be to help young people return to the community as conscious, capable, and empowered individuals, equipped with the tools, skills, support they need to thrive. Yes, young people have free will, but we must do everything in our power to prevent them from falling into the same cycles, or worse, ending up in adult prison. What happened at the Board of Supervisors this week was a victory, not just for Probation Oversight Commission, but for all of us fighting for accountability, transformation, and justice. LA County has now made it clear probation must do better by our youth. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Jacob. We'll go next to John Matthews.
My name is John Matthews. I'm Chief of Staff for the LA County Public Defender's Office. I first want to thank you all for your time and all the effort you put in to support our kids. I want to make sure the record is absolutely clear that the public defender and our team was not consulted on probation's global plan. We at the Public Defender's Office strongly support Probation Oversight Commission's thoughtful recommendations. In particular, we support the immediate, safe release of eligible youth through rapid and thorough reassessments of detention recommendations. This has not happened. This is urgent, and we are ready to collaborate on a plan to depopulate Los Padrinos. I've met with youth in Los Padrinos, and they need all of us to get this right now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next up, we have Tanya Ibanez.
And I want to also mirror everyone's statements in thanking the Probation Oversight Commission. I just had one question. The chief mentioned that a review was done in the past with the court and the district attorney and the public defenders, and that only 2 youth qualified for release. And my question, and perhaps he mentioned it and I didn't hear him answer it, but what I wanted to know is this review process going to be an ongoing review process that's done monthly? Is it going to be done every 6 months, yearly? I'm just wondering on how often the probation department will be doing these reviews. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Those who are here in the audience can see that the chief is no longer here, so we won't be able to get those answers to those questions today, but the commissioners can respond about how they'd like to get answers to those questions at a future time. Let's go to Lindsay. Lindsay, can you unmute yourself?
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Lindsay Eichenberger, and I'm the Director of Youth and Community Justice with the Arts for Healing and Justice Network, and also here with Layup. And similar to Tauhida and other folks in the room, I had a different public comment written, but and although he's not here to hear it, not that he maybe would regardless, but the scale of negligence and the deep lack of accountability or transparency that was displayed today by the chief of this department is so disturbing. He shows up totally unprepared for an extremely basic line of questioning around a plan that he is asking us to buy into, that he allegedly is confident in, yet can't recognize his own words when they are read back to him, quoted directly from his plan. He repeatedly accuses of the community of calling for release of youth without concrete alternatives, and that's simply not true. The alternatives are here, that people are ready, and he's choosing not to hear and see it. He tells us he'll get back to us with answers to simple questions, yet the speed at which this plan is moving forward does not stop. It doesn't slow down. He's going forward and telling us he needs more time when the plan is moving on. And it's confusing how this is happening. And despite his statements, he is in fact, and probation is in fact invested and disincentivized, right, from releasing youth, because I think he knows that giving power back to the people means giving up some of his own. And I don't know if I have much more to say other than shame on probation and shame on Guillermo for his commitment to making decisions that actively harm youth and exclude community. Thank you to the POC for your recommendations and for trying to get some transparency around this process. Thank you very much.
Please give us just 1 second. Thank you. Okay.
Is that it?
Sorry. I believe we have one more. It's Maurice Callahan. Maurice Callahan. Okay. Okay, then that's it. Thank you.
Commissioners, first let me apologize for kind of managing it the way I did. I just thought that, well, I thought that the public should have an opportunity to appeal to him while he's here. And so with that, any questions, concerns, thoughts, starting with Commissioner Harris?
Thanks, Chair Mundo. I have a number of concerns and questions. First, thanks to those who are here and who commented. I think it was the right thing to hear what everyone has to say. And the tenor is really somber, and it's the same across the board. I am very concerned about the relationship between this commission and the chief based on what happened today and the lack of clear, the lack of transparency, the lack of preparedness, and the ability to have a conversation. I think that's just, we have to figure this out. And my opinion is the chief was brought in specifically to address this ongoing crisis. It's abundantly clear what has been happening in Los Angeles for a long time before he stepped in, and what has continued to happen, and in some cases worsened since he stepped in. I'm very concerned that he has made a decision to hire outside counsel to continue to appeal the findings of the BSCC and continue to stick with the global plan. He has another outside counsel representing him on the plan, depopulation plan that he was ordered to submit to the court by Judge Espinosa. Those things are very concerning to me. I don't feel that this was a sufficient fulfillment of the unanimous motion that was passed by the Board of Supervisors 2 days ago to discuss our recommendations in detail, to get full and complete answers, and to have an opportunity for all of us to ask the questions that we need to answer. We need to ask and to hear the answers and to understand. So I said this at our last emergency meeting, but I'm going to put it out there again. I think we need to meet with more regularity. I think we need to meet with the chief with more regularity. If we have to look to getting him here through subpoena, I think I would say that we need to do that. But I think that this is insufficient to fulfill the board's motion at a baseline. And I think that right now, given the increased and ongoing emergency, we need to do more. Sorry to my fellow commissioners who all have full-time jobs.
Sure.
I'd just like to say, Commissioner Harris, that the staff would support that if that's what the commission chooses. And also, the next regularly scheduled POC meeting is scheduled for June 12th, which conflicts with the BSCC meeting. So we had already considered the possibility of having to cancel or reschedule that meeting. So we certainly could take your instruction if there's a consensus by the POC commissioners to schedule a sooner meeting rather than one to replace that June meeting, or both.
Commissioner Terry.
So 2 questions. One, how does it get communicated back to the board that what happened today didn't at all meet what was called for? How do we report that back?
Well, I under the impression that they watch our meetings, but if they don't, I'm sure that their deputies will peruse it, and we can always contact them and have them just view that part of the meeting.
Okay.
Or we can do a report back.
You could certainly instruct me to report back.
And then, are you answering this? I just had a second
I'm
part.
going to answer that one question.
Okay.
Yeah, I do know the 5th District is watching the meeting, so they'll have that. Plus, I got to report back to them.
Okay, because I just want to be clear for all who are watching is that it did not meet in any way, shape, or form what the motion called for. And then in regards to having a sooner meeting, I think my concern is that this forum doesn't seem to be productive. And I don't even know if we have a sooner PLC meeting that it would get us there. And so I don't know what the answer is, but it just seems like this isn't it, because I think the chief is going to continue to be defensive or give theoretical affirmations or objections. But I think at this point we need something concrete for every single recommendation, which is what was called for. So
Commissioner Canales.
Yes, thank you. And I would also like to note that I feel that the chief was gaslighting me in his clear comment to me that he was offended and insinuating that I did not even ask a question, but that I made a comment. And I asked a very clear question. He is the one that kept saying he had to get the answer. If I told you, let me go ask my people, I have to get the answer, I know exactly who I'm going to ask. And so I feel his comment to me on record that I offended him was a form of gaslighting and disrespectful at that, because I was very clear in my communication. But I think that he targeted me maybe because of my lived personal experience.
Thank you. Commissioner Ship.
Real quickly, and maybe this is a question for you, Wendy. So we can make recommendations to the BSCC, right?
That's your job, is to ask me the hard questions, Commissioner Ship. I'm looking at County Council. I would say that the commission can make recommendations, certainly to the board and the probation department. That's clearly in the ordinance. And the commission can pass motions with recommendations that would go beyond that. But obviously none of those entities are required to receive those recommendations. I don't feel comfortable, and I think I'd have to talk to Jansen about it, about what the format of that might take. But if you want to say what you're thinking, I think we might be able to process some of that right here in the meeting. And if not, we can certainly process it after the meeting.
No, but the reason why I'm bringing it up is just because thinking about this plan that he says we got to go back to the BSCC and we have to get approval for this. I think moving the boys out of Camp Kilpatrick, and if anybody's familiar with SB 823, Section 1E says that the intent of the legislator is to place young people inside the least restricted placement. You move those boys out of Camp Kilpatrick and you're placing them inside the most restricted placement in the county. You have to knock to use the restroom, right? So when we talking about moving young boys out and moving young girls in, which is 50 young girls, around 50 young girls, and we're talking about moving around 20 young boys out, and he said the community won't go for it. I think if I was to make a recommendation to the BSCC, I would deny the plan, deny that they can bring those girls there and tell them to find something different. It does, especially if you have community concerns, if you have concerns, if you're trying to meet that SB 823 standard, and then also now you're talking about placing them in the most restrictive placement, then that means the county no longer has an SYTF count. And then we could even go to the youth, right? Like we've heard from all of the commissioners who go inside regularly that the youth don't want to be moved. The girls don't want to go to Camp Kilpatrick. The boys don't, definitely, and I can tell you for myself, don't want to leave Camp Kilpatrick. Right? They fear that everything going back to Barry J. Nightoff will set them back. They feel like they are in danger. They feel like it's an impending doom for them. You cannot do a step down practice at Barry J. Nightoff because it's most restrictive. And not going to use the bathroom, you lose dignity. So that's really the intent of my question. And also, just he talked about SD3 as like the people in the community won't work with them, but I live in SD3. I know the people. I'm in Malibu regularly. I live in that district. I could tell you the people are willing to talk, and then you just have to talk to the people. But the refusal to do it is kind of frustrating on my part.
Commissioner
No, I understand the frustration, but we work for the Board of Supervisors. I don't think we should circumvent them and go to the state. That's not on our purview.
I think what you could certainly direct me to do is draft a letter with, for example, what Commissioner Terry said about the response to this direct motion and the concerns about the other plans, the letter that would go to the board, to the Board of Supervisors, to be clear, that you've done that many times. I mean, that's the role of the commission, is to submit recommendations to the board. I think I'll ask County Council if you have a thought about whether those recommendations could be sent to an outside party or to the state. And there's a microphone right up here if you want to, right there. Oh, maybe he can't reach that.
Thank you, Wendy.
I think it's not turned on, maybe.
Testing?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Wendy. I think that's something that we need to look into, and we can have a meeting and discuss that as far as the formatting is concerned and how that would be sent out and in what manner.
Commissioner Kakani.
I'm feeling so wildly frustrated, and I want to acknowledge this because I know that there are a lot of folks listening. I know that folks have shown up and taken time out of their day to be here. I know that the POC staff reached out to the chief's office to invite him to this meeting. Attendance was confirmed. If there's a responsibility here that is totally being ignored. This is an individual who makes over $300,000 a year, who's been ordered to show up at BOS meetings, ordered to show up at POC meetings, and that simple thing is such a challenge, that transparency and accountability is such a challenge, that you're gonna come here and not even know what the plan was to review filings and recommendations for detention. That just feels wildly unacceptable to me. And I don't know what it looks like. And I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Terry, about how this wasn't useful, but actually I found it wildly useful to hear the lack of thoughtfulness, the lack of preparedness, and the doubling down of things that I think we all know are only going to cause harm to our young people, and frankly, the staff too, was wildly helpful. To walk out in the middle of public comment, to stand outside for 10 minutes while people are sharing their frustrations, their concerns, their ideas, and to say, on the other hand, we're invested and we want to hear from community. Hard to reconcile those two things. I don't get how hard it is to keep a calendar. I don't make $300,000, but I manage to do it. If I'm running late, I let people know. If I can't make it, I let people know. If I have somewhere to be and have to leave early, I let people know. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. My desire would be to subpoena the chief. And maybe the subpoena needs to include specific hours. Because honestly, this is giving Villanueva. To completely ignore board motions and board mandates. To say that we work for the board, I don't know if that's correct. I think we maybe work at the discretion of the board, but not work for the board. But the chief certainly works for the board. So I don't know. That's a suggestion. And then I also wanted to make, if it's helpful, to make a motion for the things that we requested so that if needed, we can subpoena them at our next meeting. So I think we did ask for some specific data and report backs, and given the history of not receiving said data and report backs, it might be helpful. Okay, sorry, let me pull up my notes. Okay, so I would like to make a motion to, for the chief of probation to provide us with the specifics of the probation department's review of the, I think, 153 cases, both, or not both, including which group of people reviewed them, who that review was shared with, whether additional reports or amendments or individuals like credible messengers and community-based providers and updated PCMS notes were reviewed as they sought to make recommendations or chose not to make recommendations about the release of young people. I would like to also include in that motion a report back on the placement timeline, both in community and at camps and SYTF. I would also like to include in that motion if there is a policy or prohibition for recommending release on 707B cases. And I would like to make a motion for the chief to appear at the next meeting to provide that information and to remain for the duration of the agenda item.
I second the motion. And I would just like to specify, thank you. I would just like to specify that when we ask him to remain for the agenda item, that we include public comment, to remain for the entirety of the agenda item, including public comment. Because then he'll present and leave.
If I could just say on B or 2 that you said, which is the report back on the placement timelines from Los Padrinos, I do believe some of that data is available in the form of a board report back on the board motion. So I don't think it has any impact on your motion, but it may be that we can get that already. So certainly we will provide that very quickly if we have public access to it. And I think we can have some help from the board offices to make that available. So I'm not making any suggestion as to the motion. It just is one that might be very easy to get.
Commissioner Terry.
I don't know if you said this or if we have to clarify in writing that he provides those updates in writing, so it's not just random talking points.
So just to finish off the concerns and thoughts, I think the saying is that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. I've been coming to probation commission meetings since it started. I used to go to the old probation meetings, and nothing changes when they present. He made it clear that IDC works. There's no need for change. He's made it clear to us that he's not going to move on where he sends the girls. He's made it clear that he's going to be rigid on where and when and how staff with limited conditions can return. He's going to go on the hard side of that law or that rule. He's made those things clear. So with regards to Commissioner Kakani's questioning of Commissioner Terry's usefulness of this meeting, he made some clear things. And he continues to do that. His predecessors that used to sit there do the same thing. I'm not sure what it does bringing them back. I think that the addition to have it in writing is actually the best part of the motion, because then it forces him to do something rather than come here unprepared. How in the world did he not think that anybody, including somebody who's worked IDC for 10 years, would not ask the simple question, what was the process? It's dismissive. It's arrogance. So, I don't know how much value it is having him back all the time, but I think there is a real value to having him write answers out, even if he disagrees with everything, but at least have it formalized and in written fashion. So I also think that, I don't know what the appetite is for this, and I don't know if we can even do that, but at some point we got to vote on whether or not we think he is, if we have confidence in him.
I think that's inappropriate at this time.
Oh, I'm not saying at this time. I think I made it clear at some point.
It's not our rule, but go ahead.
Okay, well.
I do have a comment.
There's a,
Yeah, I agree that we should get these things in writing. And I think part of the problem is that we as a commission are never supportive or positive to anybody in probation department. We come up here with every issue we can to slam the department. The chief comes in here, right, wrong, or indifferent. We set the tone. In fact, it started with you this morning when you said the department is going sideways. It's been going sideways when you were working here for the last 12 chiefs in 30 years. Taking a negative tone is not going to help. I agree. We need to look at the facts, and let's deal with the facts and get responses and clarity to those and deal with those in a professional manner.
Thank you. Commissioner Harris.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Meredith, but the problem as I see it is there right now, the chief is committed to appealing a decision and refusing to do anything about the number of children that are locked up in a facility that is operating unlawfully, and he is spending his time and energy on keeping those numbers as they are and moving people around the county instead of taking a clear and thoughtful approach. He could have been doing this for months, right? I said this at our last meeting, but these are not difficult recommendations to come up with if you have the will and the desire to do it. And that, I think, is the fundamental issue at this moment in time, right? We are talking about there is an outstanding suitability determination that has rendered that facility unlawful. And that is a major, major concern that just we can't seem to get anywhere. And I agree with Chair Mundo that his position is clear. He does not, and his position has been clear in his commitment to appealing the BSCC's findings and continuing to move forward with that, even though he lost his appeal within the BSCC to push that into the courts. But that to me is just a fundamental problem right now that we can't let go.
Yeah, and I agree. I understand. I would be more than happy to get all these youth released. And 1/3 of them are significant crimes. Another portion are adult. Finding alternatives would be a great thing. And we're under a time crunch. So I appreciate that. And part of this is his responsibility. But the other part goes back. This has been 30 years in making through 12 chiefs that we've not addressed this issue. We've bounced from Silmar to Los Padrinos to various places. And I think that we as a commission need to look at our recommendations being positive. What should we do? Here we can go. I understand we're going to have these frustrations, and I agree that we should get answers in writing and clarity. But we should also look at what would be something that we could do. I'm a big believer in Pine Grove. I'm a big believer in a lot of step-down programs. But right now we're in a crisis, and challenging them every which way it goes is going to delay how we get the process. But the one thing is that we do work for the Board of Supervisors. That's who our bosses are, in the sense that they give us the guidance and direction. We tell them this is what our thoughts are, and they can come back. We do not know what they may have told him in executive session. And I agree, we need to get in compliance and find alternatives. So don't get me wrong, I appreciate that.
Commissioner Kakani.
I just wanted to respond to some of which I heard were maybe, to your point, Chair Mundo, that we don't really get much different from the chief. We are I almost called you Commissioner Brooke. I'm sorry. We are, as Commissioner Harris shared, this is a really unique time. I don't think we have never been in a position where we are 5 months into operating a facility illegally, unlawfully. we cannot even get straight answers about data. We don't even know how many young people are in there on, these violent crimes that you mentioned, Commissioner Meredith. Like, sure, that's just on the filing, but when we look at the facts, was someone just a driver? Was someone, was something incidental? Was something intentional? Again, we don't have the facts. We may never have the facts. And what we're asking for the department to do is to take a closer look at the facts in conjunction with other people who are also invested and know these young people. And that can't even be specified is actually wildly helpful to me. And my hope is, as someone said earlier, hopefully helpful to Judge Espinosa, who may or may not be tuning in, but I don't know. I certainly find value, and I do think that the public also finds value in hearing that this is how the chief shows up, that this is what his intentions are, that we're responding to a crisis and planning on moving 50 girls to CVK without talking to providers, without ensuring that there's enough housing for staff to even be there, without even ensuring with the BSCC that this is something that will ever be approved, but we're going to present this to the court as a plan, as opposed to doing something that we can do, which is actually looking at the cases of young people and figuring out who can we safely release. I don't know. It just, I feel like a lot of light was shed for me today, and I think that a lot of light was shed for community. To Commissioner Canales' point, are we surprised? Not necessarily, given the tenor of his appearances in the past and kind of the way he has, just historically shown up. But this feels like next level preposterous to me. So it was certainly helpful. And I think that shining a light on that feels really valuable.
To get back to your idea on clarity, I agree that, but there's only certain people that can review with the facts of those cases, granted. But he's hopefully in this report that you're requesting is going to get back to us on how these cases were reviewed and who reviewed them. I think that's what you were asking. And I agree. And I agree that no female should be going out to kill Patrick. We've all agreed on that. I don't know the circumstances of why there's a push on that, but I think we're all in agreement on that. But what I think we need to do is, you want clarity, but they can't give us the specifics on a case, but we can know who was reviewing it. Was it the defense attorney, the DA, the probation officer? That is, I think, what you're looking for, and that would make sense.
Well, we know it wasn't the public defender because they called in.
Chief of Staff of the Public Defender's Office said no public defender that they were not consulted via public comment.
Okay, then we need to ask that.
You were outside with the chief when they called in with the public comment.
But I agree with everything, Commissioner Kakani, that you said. I just think that we could have been here all day and we weren't going to get to the answers. And that's why I was just trying to say it didn't work. And I'm trying to figure out what could possibly work, because even with the chief coming back and giving us, here's all who was involved, we didn't get to 1D, which is where all the community representation in that process. He's just going to tell us what the process is, but it's like we're trying to modify all of these processes, and it just, we got stuck. So I think it is helpful to shed a light on what it's looked like thus far, but how are we going to get to modifications to this plan? And I don't think we got there today. And even if he provides some updates, I just,
Okay, so
Thank you. And I also just want to remind everyone that has been following the meetings. A year ago, when Sean Garcia Lays was a commissioner, and one of the reasons he resigned was because he was asking the chief these questions a year ago. How are we going to come into compliance? What is the plan? What are we doing? And the chief was the same back then, also giving no answers and feeling that it was not even an issue. So this isn't just something that popped up abruptly or suddenly. I mean, these questions have been being asked, and I do feel personally responsible and regret so bad. One of my former commissioner colleagues presented the motion that I voted on to reopen Los Padrinos. And, we were supposed to shut down 2 facilities and open that. And I didn't even ask Supervisor Hahn, who appointed me. She was using the facility for unhoused women at the time. And, I voted on this motion with a different understanding, but so I do feel responsible and in coming to solutions and to be able to be honest when we're not getting answers. I don't think that we are going to get them right now the way that we stand and that we've been attempting to. And I always lift up positive from probation. As a matter of fact, in my last meeting, I said that I'm afraid to even mention positive anymore, because anytime I lift up a director that's doing amazing or phenomenal at their facility, they get redirected and taken away from the good work they're doing. So I know I always make it a point to lift up all the positive that's been going on. And so I just wanted to make some comments to those statements that were made.
Okay, so we have a motion. So should it be take public comment?
Yes.
But do we have a second on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Canales. So we have a motion by Commissioner Kakani, seconded by Commissioner Canales. It has 4 parts: that the Chief Probation Officer would provide specific information about the Probation Department's review of the 153 cases, including who reviewed them, who they were shared with, additional reports or amendments, updated notes from Probation's PCMS system that were reviewed, as well as other entities that may have provided input into those. A report back on the placement timelines of the youth who are exiting from Los Padrinos through disposition or release. The policy regarding recommending release, in particular on 707B offenses, and a requirement to appear at the next meeting and remain for the duration of the item. I heard 2 friendly amendments, I suppose I would call them, that I need to get clarification. One is Commissioner Canales herself asked about making sure it's remaining through the end of public comment. So Commissioner Kakani, is that something you agree with? And then Commissioner Terry asked that the response to those reports be in writing. Is that something you agree with?
Yes, do we need to create a timeline, perhaps like a week in advance of the next meeting?
Is that, Commissioner Canales, is that?
Yes.
And can I get, just for point of clarification, you're asking if the PCMS case notes were reviewed?
Right, I just want to know
Okay.
what was reviewed, I
Okay.
guess,
Not having.
Not
them
having them,
provided.
no, just what was reviewed, what documentation.
Okay, so if there is public comment in the room on this motion only, please come to the front.
And before we start, in the interest of time, we're going to cut it to 1 minute.
Okay, great. And if you're online, use the raise your hand function or *3. Thank you. Please begin. I don't think the mic is turned on. Can you? It should have a little green light. Oh. Let's switch it.
We can hear you.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Yes. I am about the subpoena, about the chief, about some sort of a no confidence conversation about the chief. I'm seeing a pattern right now. Remember during the Villanueva time, the commission fighting with the sheriff. And then what is the result of that result? Not so good. Remember that. And then the sheriff, and then they get rid of the Villanueva, right? And then we have a new sheriff, Luna, and then the same commission are fighting with the same sheriff, which is they voted in, they supported, they helped their campaign. So I'm seeing a similar pattern right here. What I mean by that is I heard so many commissioners saying no confidence on this chief. Let's get rid of this chief. Okay, but my concern is when you get a new chief coming in, you guys are going to have the same comments towards the new chief because it happens for the last 12 chiefs. So I don't know how is that going to help if you get rid of this one chief. How are you make sure you can get a new chief that can satisfy you?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Probation Oversight Commission. My name is Saul Campos, and I am a youth advocate with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. Just to make sure, this motion is on the one that Kakani just mentioned. Okay, I'm in favor of it, and one thing that I do want to mention is when Commissioner Schiff spoke up, he mentioned that, you know, if they move the female gender expansive youth to this other facility. No, not that one. Well, yeah, it's gonna be detrimental. Like Jackson said, they're already having tension. You put a bunch of teenagers having tension in one little facility with no rooms, it's gonna be disruption. But Mr. Shipp mentioned that moving the youth that are already there into a more restrictive facility, I think that would be very detrimental to their rehabilitation. Because I remember when I was in Summer Juvenile Hall, pounding on that door trying to get to the restroom. Detrimental, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Erin.
Excuse me. Excuse me. My name is Erin Palacios, and I'm with Prisma Legal Center for Youth Justice. I just wanted to say I share the deep frustration that I heard from many of the commissioners. I don't think the chief actually answered a single question. I was counting. He had a lot of answers to some question, but not to the question that was asked. Nonetheless, I do think it's important to keep bringing him back, because each one of you as individuals can remind the BSCC that the facts and the data coming through here exist, and they're bound to consider everything before them. They're an agency. I certainly will be picking up the phone and asking them to review this transcript, because I think this transcript was a shameful transcript. Because the most important thing a public official can do is own what they're responsible for and hear from the public and hear questions and take responsibility. And I heard none of that today, so I do think he should be coming back time and time again until he does.
Thank you. Thanks, Helen.
Hi, Helen Eichenberg. I just first want to say thank you to all of you on this commission and everyone who shows up and calls in and makes comment, because I don't think we would have gotten that unanimous vote on Tuesday if it wasn't for everyone's work. So I just want to acknowledge that. I also agree. I think we should make him keep coming back. It is painful and frustrating to sit here, but we should make him keep coming back here. And I support the motion that you all are putting forward. And the feeling in this room right now is really dark and ominous. You can feel it. And it's saddening and it's maddening. And I know you all will continue fighting. And I just thank all of you. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to online public comment and start with Audrina. Audrina, can you hear me?
Hear me?
Yes, now we can. You can start.
Okay. I was in court, so I was unable to attend this meeting. But just because I have 1 minute left, I just want the community to know that the next meeting, I have a whole presentation regarding the probation department, including scientific evidence and data to prove everything everybody has been saying about how it's been going. So I'm not going to just come with words, and I'm doing this because they keep tampering with my son's case, and they keep retaliating against me and my son. And I keep bringing this up to your attention, that what are you guys going to do to protect the youth from retaliation, which is preventing parents from coming to meetings and speaking up. So they destroyed my son's case. He's a 4.0 GPA student, excelled. He achieved excellence. There's nothing more he can work on positive, and they still went out their way to try to destroy his court case. So the next meeting, I'm going to have a whole presentation for the community regarding the probation department. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have James Maddox.
Yes, James Maddox. I am, the shutdown guy. First off, I would say that the chief's behavior towards the commission was dismissive. And I think the only way you're going to get his attention is by going to the people who appointed you and sharing with them that That behavior is unacceptable. And you all know, shut it down. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Next up is Sean Garcia Lays.
Hi, thank you. I forgot to introduce myself last time, but my name is Sean Garcia Lays, former Probation Oversight Commissioner and current Executive Director of the Peace and Justice Law Center. I have two thoughts. First is I wonder if more information requests are in order at this point. You've made recommendations. He's made, I think, fairly clear in his statements that his review process is to do the exact same reviews they've always done, do it the same way they've always done, and to not consider depopulation as one of the goals, but rather that strictly the same standards they've always applied. So I think maybe perhaps more useful than more request for information is more specific clarity on your recommendations. Write the process you want them to do. Don't ask them what the process already is. And then my second thought is actually particular to Commissioner Shipp, which is don't forget that you have a First Amendment right to tell the BSCC anything you want them to. And a letter signed by the majority of probation oversight commissioners in their personal capacity, whether or not that's something the county approves on, is something that's absolutely within your First Amendment rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Next up, we have Stacy Burns. Stacy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can begin.
I just want to thank you all for your commitment in the face of so much continued resistance. A strong and confident leader would treat you as the experts you are, with the respect you deserve, and as the partners that you are very willing to be. So we appreciate you and hope that you will continue to hang in there. And thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. The last public comment will be from call-in user number 9. Your number starts with 213-424. You may need to dial *3, 2, *6. Yes, we can. You figured it out before I even remembered. Please begin.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Josiah Holiday from YJC. First off, I would like to start by thanking PLC for their thoughtful amendments on the global plan. When community shows up and demands change, do we get that? Also, I would like to hold the chief of probation accountable. He is expected to be present. It is horrible that these things are going on and we're having these type of meetings and literally the chief of probation is not present. If it was any of us, we would be out of a job, because anybody who sits by kids while they're being abused doesn't deserve to work near children, let alone oversee a department that claims to be the care for them. Thank you.
Thanks, Jazeera. And with that, we'll come back to the commissioners.
Oh, the motion? No.
The motion.
I know this might be last minute, but would it be possible to amend the motion? Because I would like it to include, now that I'm looking at the depopulation strategy, like their plans for that step down program, like information on those plans for that step down program at Barry J. Nidorf, as well as also their plans to repair Camp Joseph Page. I see at some point they want to take it to 0 to 22 after repair. So I also would like to get information on those two like adjustments and what that looks like.
I think that sounds like a different motion.
Would it be?
Well, I'm looking at. Yeah.
You could vote on Mr. Connie's motion, and then Commissioner can say
Okay. Okay, so County Council has suggested that we vote on this motion and then make a separate motion. Okay.
Okay.
So, sorry, I have lost my place. We're going to vote on this motion with the 4 parts around providing written information about the review process, report back on the placement timelines, the policy regarding recommendations for release, in particular on 707B cases, and mandate, the directive for appearance at the next meeting for the duration of the required agenda items and public comments, and that those be provided in writing 1 week in advance. Does that sound correct? Okay. I also did not note, for those of you who are watching virtually, that Commissioner Jackson has had to leave, but we do still have quorum. So with that, Commissioner Canales?
Aye.
Commissioner Kakani?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris? Aye. Commissioner Terry? Aye. Commissioner Meredith?
Abstain.
Commissioner Ship?
Aye.
Commissioner Mundo?
Aye.
So with a vote of 6-1, with Commissioners, is that right? Commissioners Prater and Jackson being absent and Commissioner Meredith abstaining. Yes, the motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, so how do we address Commissioner Ships?
I think you can make a new motion.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so I make a new motion to request the plans for the repairs at Camp Joseph Page before they, and the plans for the step down program at Barry J. Nightoff, which is listed in the depopulation strategy.
Okay, a second.
Second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Kakani. Any questions or concerns from the commissioners before we go to public comment?
Just a quick thought. The board motion asked for the chief to respond orally or in writing to each of the recommendations that were made by the Probation Oversight Commission. So perhaps it makes sense to just essentially ask him to comply with the board motion, a motion to comply with the motion, but for a response to all of those things, right? To the plan for stepping young folks up, essentially back to Barry J, the plan for even like the specifics on the movement of girl. I don't know if that's essentially what we're asking for, is some meaningful thought given to his depopulation plan and how that relates or doesn't relate to the Probation Oversight Commission's recommendations. Because you said the two things that you mentioned were Camp Page and the plan, whatever his plan is for that. And then what was this? Sorry. And this step up, essentially, closure of Kilpatrick and stepping up of young people, which are, I guess, I don't know. I don't know how to articulate that, but it feels like we're asking for a written response to the process for what he's articulated in his depopulation plan, and also a complete response to what we've articulated, or like the remaining recommendations that weren't addressed. But maybe I'm complicating things, so we can just leave it at what you shared.
Okay, so we'll go to public comment on the motion by Commissioner Ship, seconded by Commissioner Kakani, on requesting more details on the elements of the depopulation plan that involve the Camp Page and the Barry J. Nightoff step down or step up.
Yes, we'll continue with 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. So I also have a motion. So I just wish that in the future, when our board communicated with the chief, instead of having a civil war with the chief, maybe can we figure out a way to have a friendly conversation? Is there a way to have a productive meeting? Because based on my experience with the sheriff Civilian Oversight Commission, they fight with the previous sheriff, they fight with the current sheriff, they're going to continue to fight with the future sheriff. You know, the list go on and on and on. I do not know.
You're not on point with the agenda item. It's a motion for certain information, not about the relationships.
Right, because you are getting that information from the chief, from the department. So the relationship is required. What I'm trying to tell you is to prove a point that when you have a better relationship, you're never going to get that.
Hi, Roberto.
How are you? So I could comment on the depopulation.
Just on the request for information about Camp Page and the Barry J step down or step up, depending on how it was framed by the.
Okay, so I hope this is still in context. There are several less restricted programs who are here very capable to take in our youth to be into step down programs. But I just wanted to comment on the fact that like communities here and we're here to work and we have people with lived experience, we have people with not lived experience that are doing amazing work in the community. And I just, from what I've seen, community is responding and we do want to know what that information looks like, support the motion, because we're working very hard and we do want to work alongside probation. That's the only way we're going to be able to move forward, and communities here and we're prepared to do that.
That was exactly on point.
Thank you. In fact, I think that makes, I have to be careful how I say that. That makes me understand what you were saying, Commissioner Kakani, because that actually is one of the specific recommendations of the plan that the POC presented, which is to examine the possibility for the step downs that would require written response under the previous motion. Is that fair?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Any online public comments?
Okay, see no online.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll call the vote.
Call roll.
Okay, and I'm sorry that I'm doing this in a different order, but I don't have my list in front of me. So I'm calling you as I'm looking at you. Commissioner, we're voting on Commissioner Shipp's motion seconded by Commissioner Kakani to request written more details on Camp Page and the Barry J step down or step up in the probation department's depopulation plan. Commissioner Canales?
Aye.
Commissioner Kakani?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Terry?
Aye.
Commissioner Meredith?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipp? And Chair Mundo?
Aye.
So with a vote of 7-0 with 2 members being absent, that motion carries.
Okay, so we would go back to and finish item number 5? Yes.
Yes, correct.
And we were at the point of just asking questions and tying it up. Thank you for your patience.
Actually, as Ms. Carlisle is approaching the stadium, the dais, I would also like to thank Director Nathan Martinez, who came today to present on the PREA topic that we will not be getting to today, although I guess that's up to you to make that decision. And just in the mode of what Commissioner Meredith said earlier, Director Martinez has been extremely helpful and flexible and willing to attend our meetings when we ask him to and provide information. And also, he's certainly a person who takes PREA extremely seriously, as I know this body does as well. And I'm looking forward to hearing from him. Sorry that we're missing out on his presentation today. And I can tell you on behalf of the leadership of the commission, they do want to hear from him. And I'm sure the public will enjoy that presentation when he does it. He presents very clearly about the responsibilities under PREA. Thanks for rejoining us.
You're welcome.
So commissioners, any final questions, concerns? Somebody had said that they had questions left.
I did have a question. I remember I raised my hand right when we stopped, and I think hopefully I made a note. Let me see it. Oh, yes. So the field positions that have physical class level 2 for light duty, this has been going on for decades, right? So are you using the peace officer code to make people deploy? Or is the chief using the peace officer code to make people deploy? Are you aware?
Well, I'm not sure that I can answer the question as stated, but what I can say is that the Peace Officer Code, the 830.5 that the chief referenced, that's a requirement for any peace officer, regardless of their day-to-day duties, regardless of their position or assignment. So the way that I explain that is it's the foundation. That's what grants a peace officer status. So that's the foundation. We build on top of that foundation with our class specs, job duties, assignments, and things like that. But that underlying foundation always exists. Does that answer the question?
Not really, but I have another question too, though. And this question is not, it's more relevant to one of our last meetings. There was some information provided that some staff are being, mandated as holdovers. And so they're working like, an 8-hour shift and then a 10-hour shift, back to back without any, they're not allowed to go in and out, so they can't even go to their car and check their phone or anything like that. But under labor laws, is that legal?
So because they're peace officers and because we have mandated requirements for staffing, we are able to hold over staff. Not all California labor codes, the things that you're thinking of, apply to all county employees. So basically, the agreements are contained within the MOU as far as breaks and anything of that nature. But in an emergency circumstance, if there's a unit that needs that person to be held over to ensure that coverage, then that coverage is continuous. And so yes, they're held over without option for break unless we have the opportunity to give them that break.
Okay, so yeah, that was my question. So probation is exempt from labor laws in holdover situations?
Not all labor laws, but in these circumstances, when you're talking about mandatory coverage and supervision in the juvenile halls, yes. And it's governed primarily in the MOU as far as what we can do as far as breaks and meal periods and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to piggyback on her question and remind me, how many years have you been as HR in this capacity?
I've been with the probation department 11 years.
So in the last 11 years, have you encountered district adherence to the peace officer status when allowing staff to return to the field with conditions?
Sorry, I think I missed an important word in the middle of that. Are we allowing what?
Have you seen this strict adherence to the peace officer status in restricting staff from returning to the field if they weren't fully 100%?
So the process I think that you're referencing, where we've identified a certain number of assignments, that was initiated last May.
So before that, basically, if I had certain conditions and they didn't really affect my work and the likelihood of anything happening was low in the past, because I know when I was working, there were people with restrictions and were at work. And so this is something that's basically been implemented more recent, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Yeah, the rotational assignment process in the field was initiated last May. Okay. We don't look at people's conditions, we look at the restrictions.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Okay, no, I got it. Okay.
I think you stated that 830.5, Penal Code 830.5 is just the floor for what a peace officer is expected to do, and then you build from there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in writing?
Is that what?
Is that in writing, the whatever building the department has done in terms of the expectations of a peace officer?
Yes, we've been sending out communications in regards to the expectations for a couple of years now on precisely that. There have been several communications.
And that has changed, I guess, since the deployment, or has it largely been the same?
Largely the same.
I guess I have a motion related to two things. Now I forget what my initial request was. Oh, I have a motion to request two things. One would be the number of workers' comp claims related to assaults on staff that have been filed from January to present, and I guess a breakdown of those same numbers in 2024 from January of 2024 to, I guess, May
Okay.
of 2024, just so we can see a comparison if.
Does that require a motion?
I think Wendy suggested that I make a motion.
Okay.
And then the second request would be that you provide the communication that you've shared over the course of the last few years, perhaps indicating how it's changed or not changed, related to the expectations of a peace officer.
So you'd like copies of any communications out to staff that address, I want to make sure I'm clear on your expectation.
I get, right, you said that 830.5 was the floor for the expectations of a peace officer, and that the department has built up from that floor, and that you've shared that building up or those expectations with staff over the course of the last few years. And so I don't know how often those expectations have changed or been amended. And I don't know exactly what we mean by last few years, but let's just go with the last 2 years. So May of 2023 to present. And what communications have been shared related to the expectations of a field officer, and how, I guess, how they've changed.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we're dangerously close to our quota and motions today.
I wasn't going to make it a motion. I was just told that that was the best way to move forward.
You have the quota in writing.
So are we with?
We need a second.
We need a second.
I second.
Commissioner Canales seconds.
So now discussion.
Any questions or concerns?
We actually have not taken public comment on this issue
Mhm.
yet. So we'll now take public comment on agenda item number 5, during which there was a discussion about the workers' compensation cases and 4850, as well as on Commissioner Kakani's motion regarding the number of workers' comp claims that resulted from assaults on staff, comparing January to May 2025 to January to May 2024. And the second is communications to staff regarding the buildup of requirements of peace officers in the field between May 2023 and present. Is that fair? Okay.
And we'll limit that to 1 minute.
Okay. So is there any public comment in the room, or raise your hand on WebEx?
Okay.
Okay.
With that, would you please take roll? I think after this, Ms. Carly can.
What was our motion again?
So this motion is a request for information of 2 things. Number 1, comparison of workers' comp claims of assaults on staff for January 2025 to May 2025, and comparing that to January 2024 to May 2024. That's the one thing. The second thing is communications to staff regarding the buildup of the requirements of a peace officer in the field. And that's May 2023 to present. Okay. All right. Commissioner Canales?
Aye.
Commissioner Harris?
Aye.
Commissioner Kakani?
Aye.
Commissioner Meredith?
Aye.
Commissioner Ship?
Aye.
Commissioner Terry?
Aye.
And Chair Munda.
Aye.
So 7-0 with 2 members present, that motion passes.
Great. My script says it's time for a break, but I think we'll just we'll just push on. All right. Agenda item number 7. We will be discussing and taking possible action up to and including voting to direct the Office of Inspector, OIG, to issue a subpoena for outstanding data and information. As part of this agenda item, the Executive Director of Probation Oversight Commission will share information about outstanding data and information requests. Wendy, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. And I'll take this opportunity to explain why I asked about the motion for information. It's part of our new process of submitting this memo every month after the meeting to ensure that probation is instructed on exactly what information has been required, and it's been voted on the full commission rather than just requested by one commissioner or a couple. That memo is attached to the agenda. There are a number of pieces of information that were requested prior to the last meeting that were not received. And so they are now listed on the memo as agendized for vote to subpoena at the May 8th POC meeting. That memo was sent on April 30th. I did actually send the memo with an apology for it being later than usual. although none of the items are new. They're all items from the previous meeting. And there will be, so they are monthly snapshot data. That's data that was previously provided and is supposed to be provided pursuant to a POC motion on the second Friday of every month. I'm looking at Donisha because I think that's right. It has not been received for February and March, or April for that matter. And then the monthly snapshot data for January was received, but data was changed. And by that, I mean there are columns omitted, and also there is specific data within the spreadsheet that has changed. I will say there has been some progress on this in the last 48 hours. And I am feeling optimistic that we may get a corrected data sheet for January, but there has not been progress on whether we will be receiving the monthly snapshots for the other months. I would just like to plead with the department that they would just send us the data in the same format month after month so that we could actually compare the data month to month and hopefully at some point have a dashboard again where we can share that with the public. The second item that has not been received is related to Commissioner Shipp's motion from March 13th, which we have clarified with this body and the department is asking for what has been called the release report. It was phrased a little bit differently in the first meeting because I didn't really understand that was the name of the report. And so that report would indicate from July 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025, and there's actually a typo in the memo. That's July 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025. How many youth were released by month from Los Padrinos and where they were released to? So basically it would say Wendy was a 15-year-old who was released from Los Padrinos, disposition to Dorothy Kirby Center, or released home. And that, so it wouldn't have any of the, it wouldn't say Wendy, it wouldn't have any of the identifying information, but just information about where youth were released. And then finally is regarding the CBO relationship subcommittee. I think you heard Commissioner Terry discuss some information that the POC was fully expecting to receive and did not receive that are related to a response on the progress on the reports and timeline for implementing the agreed upon improvements, and also a draft of the temporary departmental order that the probation department told us that they were creating. Those things have not been received. So those are the items subject to subpoena.
Thank you, Wendy. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Or are there any items you would like to formally request from the probation department? If so, please be prepared to outline your request in a detailed manner.
I'd like to move for the issuance of a subpoena related to the monthly snapshot data for February and March of 2025.
Commissioner Kakani, there is actually a draft of the motion in your, it's not stapled, it's a separate paper. It's also attached for the public. It says motion regarding subpoena. Yes, so maybe yours is stapled.
She stapled it.
Okay. Do you need me to do the preamble or just the motion?
No, I think what I need you to do
no.
is tell me whether you actually want to include all of these things or not. These are, I just copied and pasted the items that are subject to subpoena from the memo onto this item, and you may choose to subpoena any, all, or none of them.
Commissioner Terry has.
Oh, just if someone else is ready, I can't find the document, so if you're ready, go for it.
I was just going to say, I agree with all of those items on in the motion.
Okay, so I would like to move for the Office of the Inspector General to draft and issue a subpoena on behalf of the Probation Oversight Commission for the following information. Monthly snapshot data for February and March of 2025. Release report of youth out of LP from July 1st, I think 2024 to March 31st, 2025. And to ensure the report states how many youth were released by month and where youth were released to, including but not limited to home, community placement, CDP, moved to Barry J, Dorothy Kirby, or camp, moved to Men's Central Jail, or released to custody of another county. And finally, the information related to community-based organization relationships with a response with progress reports and a timeline for implementing agreed upon improvements, and a draft of the temporary departmental order for program scheduling and cancellations.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Terry. We still have a quorum. Public comment?
At this point, we'll take public comment on the motion to work with OIG to issue a subpoena on the items that are attached to the agenda, with one change, which is a correction of the date in item number 3.
And again, we will restrict it to 1 minute.
All right, so talking about a subpoena, you want the information. And then before I can talk about a subpoena, I have to talk about a relationship. The reason why you need a subpoena is because he doesn't want to listen. You want to fight with him, he wants to fight with you, and then that's the reason why you are not getting any information. Now, I can give you an example of the LAPD commission. I've never seen any LAPD commissioner are issuing a subpoena, but LAPD chief, they just comply. That's the example how you maintain a professional, respectful relationship. So both parties are working together towards the same goal. But right now, if Sheriff Villanueva never responds to a subpoena, the chief of probation can do the same thing. And then you guys just continue this fight endless, ongoing, forever. That will not help just for a subpoena.
Thank you. Is there anybody online? One, thank you.
Audrina, you can unmute yourself.
I just want to include that you should also subpoena for data regarding employment, the history of employment.
Audrina, you muted.
I did a lot of research on probation, and since 1990 and until 2025, they've been having staffing issues this whole time. Not 1 year did they have a successful year with staffing. And I think it's important to look at this data in order to correct these issues, or they're going to continue on with staffing issues. So they're hurting not only the youth, they're hurting their employees too for over 30 years. And I'm also going to include that in my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions, concerns? Can Wendy take roll?
Okay, we're voting on the subpoena motion by Commissioner Kakani, seconded by Commissioner Terry, that is as attached to the agenda with the change in the date to July 2024. Please vote yes, no, or abstain. And I'll note that Commissioner Meredith is out of the room and Commissioner Harris has left, but we do still have a quorum with 5 members present. Commissioner Canales?
Aye.
Commissioner Kakani?
Aye.
Commissioner Terry?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipp?
Aye.
Chair Mundo?
Aye.
So with a vote of 5-0 with 4 absent, the motion carries.
Okay, we're going to go ahead to officially table agenda item 6. Can I have a motion? That was a prayer.
I motion to table agenda item number 6.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Should we have public comment?
Yes. Any public comment on the tabling of the PREA item? Seeing none? Okay.
Okay.
I think you
would
can
take
probably
roll?
call a voice vote.
Voice. Everybody in agreement?
We're tabling that.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Now we will move on to agenda item 8. We will discuss and take action on reports from the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission Executive Director, Wendy Julian, who will report out on the data fact sheets, and then the commission will be asked to vote to adopt the PLC 3-year report, which has been attached to the agenda. Wendy?
Yes,
Please proceed.
I would like to actually ask the commission for permission for Danisha and I to schedule a town hall to discuss these data fact sheets. They are extraordinary and helpful. They the reason that we started doing this is that our whole team talked about doing some work with the data to help to show who the youth are who are detained in Los Angeles County in a holistic manner. And Danisha and her team have done a really exceptional job of sharing data related to youth with developmental disabilities, youth who have child welfare open cases, youth's education needs, also the LA detention screener scores. So these have been linked to our agendas and they're linked under our website, but actually I think they're worth the time to have a town hall to discuss them because it really paints a very different story than what we often hear about who the youth are who are detained. So I'm just going to ask for your permission to hold a town hall.
Does that require a motion?
I don't think so. The thing that does require a motion is the 3-year report. So in the ordinance that created the Probation Oversight Commission, we are supposed to do a self-evaluation about the first 3 years of existence, which were those fiscal years. So the county runs on fiscal years that runs June through July, that ended on June 30 of 2024, those first 3 years. It's a detailed report that outlines a lot of things I'm very proud of our commission and our staff launching this first of its kind body in the nation, and also some of the challenges, including notably some of the challenges that have been brought up today about getting information and about regular changes in leadership and how that has created obstacles. Perhaps the most important part of the report is the last line, which is this report is being submitted to the board, of course, and being shared publicly, but it's also being submitted to CEO Davenport. And she will be asked to respond to the report about whether or not a management audit is needed. And so I encourage folks to read the report and see what we've been doing for, this time. But I wouldn't like to submit the report myself. I'd rather submit the report with the approval of the commission, which is why I've put it on here for a vote.
So does someone have to motion?
Yes.
Okay, can I have somebody motion for a vote?
I'll make it.
Thank you, Don.
Commissioner Meredith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kakani. Any questions or concerns, commissioners? We will now move to public comment.
Anybody in the room want to make public comment about my very informative 3-year report? Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Kakani's going to ask me a question. I'm ready. Let's make sure we don't have any online public comment. No.
Okay.
I'd love to hear
Commissioner
it.
Kakani.
Just really, I probably should have looked at this earlier and I'm sorry, but I was just looking at our meager budget and the magic that you make happen with it. And I was curious if the POC was also subjected to the CEO's request for departments to cut their budget by 3%, or I can't even remember what the percentage was, but kind of in response to the $4 billion settlement and all of these other kind of settlements, lawsuits, unexpected costs to the county, if the POC was subjected to that as well.
Thank you. As some of you know, I spent the first 25 years of my career working in the nonprofit sector, and I am well used to running on a thrifty budget. And it also really matters to me that these are taxpayer dollars, and my staff and I work very hard. I mean, you'll see my staff doing lots of things that could cost money, and they do it themselves. I mean, we've got people setting up chairs and picking up the food and taking photos and doing communications, things that often require teams of much larger staff, not to mention the inspections, the reports, the data. I'm very proud of those numbers. So I promise I did not feed her that question, but thank you for bringing it up. And yes, the Probation Oversight Commission is a part of the executive office, which is the sort of administrative office of the Board of Supervisors. So when I choose which department I work for, it says Board of Supervisors. And all of the departments were required to engage in curtailment exercises. I will say it's very easy to do when we have been running under the budget consistently. So we don't have to, it wasn't a difficult exercise for me because we've been running in the black to begin with, if that makes sense. It certainly was difficult for lots of departments.
Okay, Wendy, no further questions and comments. Hearing, please call roll.
Okay. So please vote yes, no, or abstain. And actually what you're voting on is for me to submit this report to the board and CEO Davenport. Commissioner Canales?
Yes.
Commissioner Kokani?
Yes.
Commissioner Terry?
Yes.
Commissioner Meredith?
Yes.
Commissioner Ship?
Yes.
And Chair Mundo?
Yes.
So with a vote of 6-0, with 3 members being absent, the motion carries.
Okay, moving on to agenda number 9, where there is no public comment. It is for matters not posted on the agenda or to discuss or to place on the future agenda. Anything for action. Commissioners, do you have any announcements or items you would like placed on a future? Commissioner Meredith?
Yes, I just want to recognize that we missed it by about 8 days, but on April 30th was the tragic anniversary of DSO Michael Wall's death at East Lake. So I just want to make sure that was recognized.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to,
Actually, if I could ask a question, there was some discussion earlier about our next meeting and when that next meeting might occur.
you mean like a special meeting?
Well, I think it would have to be a special meeting because, and also whether or not we reschedule the June 12th regular meeting since it conflicts with BSCC, which we don't, to be clear, know that LA will be on the BSCC agenda at this point, but it's certainly possible.
I think it's important to have monthly meetings, and I feel like the agenda doesn't really come out until like a week in advance. But just if we want to be proactive and, rather be safe than sorry, I would encourage the rescheduling of the meeting, just so we can be present in both places if we want to be and need to be.
My team will certainly work with the commissioners and the chief about scheduling a special meeting between now and June 12th. So for the record, we will be canceling our June 12th meeting and rescheduling.
Oh, we are?
Yes. Well, that's what I'm hearing. I didn't hear anyone comment on that.
I think that I guess because we don't know until a week in advance what the agenda is for the BSCC's meeting, I think it makes sense to just go ahead and preemptively reschedule it and ideally work with the chief's schedule so that we can ensure his presence.
That's fine with me. Is that a motion or?
I don't think we need a motion.
Okay. Okay, are we done with the agenda item 10? All right, I'm sorry, 9. Commissioner Terry?
I'm not sure if I missed the agenda item for this, but did want to acknowledge that tomorrow is the anniversary of the loss of Brian Diaz, which is May 9th, 2023. So just thought it was important to lift that up.
Very important. Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 12 is an invitation for members of the public to address the commission on items not on the agenda. Wendy, please facilitate public comment for us, and it'll be a minute.
Welcome.
All right, good morning. For the past several meetings, I keep hearing the word staffing issues. And then if that staffing issues has occurred 10 years, 20 years, why are we still just talking about it? Why are we not doing much about it? Now, I want to encourage our commissioners, take a look at it. Why Walmart, Target, they are having a hard time to find their staff. But why people are lining up to work for Costco? There's a reason. Why McDonald's always suffering because of the staff shortage, and why In-N-Out and then Chick-fil-A never have a shortage of worker. So if they can do it, then why the probation commission cannot do it? If we already identified the problem called staffing issues, then why after 20 years, after 30 years, we are continuing to talk about it? There must be something that we can do since you have already successfully identified the issues already.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Erin.
Hi, I'm Erin Palacios, Prisma Legal Center for Youth Justice. I appreciate the commission getting into detail today. I wish we had one in Alameda, though I also appreciate our Alameda chief right now, so maybe now is not the moment. I wanted to just make a suggestion that the commission invite someone from the BSCC to come and explain its process. Not necessarily to get into the details of LA, but LA is going to be applying to the BSCC for a lot of things coming up, it sounds like, for pilots for this or re-inspections for that. And the BSCC does not have all of that stuff posted online. I do talk to them pretty frequently, so I have some understanding of how they're doing it, but I don't think it's easy to understand. And it might be instructive to hear from someone and just get a sense of how that works and how pilots work, because that almost never happens. And I'm not sure how long that will take. The other thing I was just going to suggest was I haven't heard much about any counties coming to the aid of LA. And there are a lot of young people in there who need to be elsewhere, who don't belong in the adult jail. I'm sorry. And I would encourage you to find out if the chief has reached out for assistance. And I'm not saying that he hasn't. And if he has, what was the response? Because it seems to me as a state, we are all in this for these young people. And it's not just LA. I'm not even from LA, but I do think I would like to hear more about what assistance is being provided.
We have one virtual commenter, I believe. It's a call-in user, number 14. Your number starts with 323-806.
Hi, Commission. This is Supervisor Davila. I am actually out on 4850 time because I was assaulted, but the reason I'm calling is because I wanted to thank Meredith as I'm sitting here listening and for having our back, because I want to remind the Commission, you guys are always attacking probation. Everybody's always attacking us. Parents are always calling and attacking us, but we can't go and show up because we're working or we're at home healing. So we can't speak for ourselves. We don't have anybody to be our voice. It's real easy for parents to show up, but where were you before your kid got arrested? And why are we the bad guys? We're not the ones that put their kids in custody. So all you intervention programs, where are you before they get out to custody? So, and you know, I have been with this department for 24 years, 23 years, and I have never seen it this bad. I have never been assaulted before. And this is ridiculous. I don't want to be home. I want to be at work. And as far as how fast it took me almost 45 days to get.
She got cut off?
I think it's 45 days to get.
Oh, she just stopped.
45 days.
Yeah. Okay.
That is the end of public comment. Yes?
Okay.
Just making sure. Okay, great.
So we'll move to agenda item 11. Thank you all. The adjournment of the regular meeting of May 8th, 2025. Thank you all for joining us and sharing your comments. As a quick reminder, be sure to follow us on social media and subscribe to our YouTube channel at LA County POC to receive reminders about our upcoming meetings. Visit our website at poc.lacounty.gov to subscribe to our email listing. It is now 1:11. Can I have a motion to adjourn today's meeting?
I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Ship,
Second.
seconded by Kakani. Commissioners, please unmute yourselves and vote with a voice vote. Aye.